The Aeron. Aeron is great. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Herman Miller chairs. In the past, I worked at a company that was really big on the IKEA Marcus. I hate that chair with every fiber of my being. There's like no customization for it. If you're a short person, it's gonna suck. So yeah, in general, if you need an office chair that you're gonna have to sit in a lot, don't get an IKEA chair. Oh, it's fine. I knew what you meant there, Volteon. I assumed it was just a typo. Most chairs eventually just don't feel comfortable. Yeah, I wonder about that. In my opinion, that usually just leads to like bad posture. Like if you're not putting your butt back to the crease of the chair, if you're not like pressing your back up against the backrest 100%, like if you find yourself leaning forward or like pulling your shoulders forward or any of that stuff, you're already messing up. Like you could have the most expensive chair in the world, and if you sit in it with bad posture, it's not going to help you. Okay, so for everyone joining from the raid and people joining on YouTube, the thing I am working on today, we got the idea of compound keywords going. That means, you know, for the product we're making, we are building a way to listen for mentions of keywords that you care about on currently Blue Sky and eventually Lobsters, Reddit, Hacker News. That's like the four that we're mainly trying to get for what I would consider the post MVP. Technically, we're live and you can use it right now. The compound keywords are, well, yeah, you want to listen maybe for merge and conflict, but maybe like not together as merge conflict, right? Like, I hate when I do a merge and I get conflicts, right? A compound keyword would look for both of those two keywords in the same message, so that maybe your marketing department, your branding, you know, awareness, like someone, support even, could reach out to this person and shill your software. The part we're on today, right? We got compound keywords shipped. They're there, doable, all that. Part we're on today is our pricing page. These buttons don't work right now. Support, about, and blog don't work right now. Logging in and registering does. But yeah, so the part we're going to do is, I think I'm going to hide about and blog. Maybe even support for now. And then we're going to focus on doing the pricing page and making these buttons actually link to the app in a specific way. The thing that I think I'm going to have to do to the app is make sure that when we try and redirect the user to the app to a specific route and they're not logged in or they don't have an account, we need to record that value so that when they do finally get logged back in again, we take them to the route that they were going to. And that's especially useful for just people who are on a page and their token expires and you send them back through the flow. You want to put them right back where they were. I don't remember if we have that previous URL logic on this app, but it's basically something you have to build into every app. So we're going to do that here in a second. Let me get more music going first. And yeah, does Synthwave belong in a museum? Junior? And yeah, shoot at site vodka. Thank you, I appreciate that. I think there's other great streamers too. I'd just be happy with top 5. There's a lot of great streamers. Yeah, so that's maybe like the big difference there, right? Game dev versus software dev. I think if you were to lump game dev and software dev together, ooh, I don't even know if I make top 5. But for software dev, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, and not even necessarily web dev, but like just anything that isn't game dev that is software dev. I do want to do some game dev eventually. That'd be really fun. But I need to make money off other shit first. I need to get some of that sweet, sweet monthly recurring revenue from some of these side projects, and then I can afford to do more passion projects. I know, right? Yeah, like build the game that you want to play. And I've even got one that I've started like trying to like maybe just vibe code out just to see if it's even fun. I want to make one of those like management sim games. So think like Football Manager, etc., right? I want to make one of those, but you're managing a stable of gamblers. Right? Current working title is Bankroller. We could always change it. I don't know. But the idea is you start out as a gambler yourself. That's the first act of the game. And then once you have enough money, you can start bankrolling other people. And I don't know. Like, the goal is to make enough money. I do have to think about maybe an end state. But I think it'd be fun. So yeah, the progression, like, this is basically me setting up all of the metadata so that I can start doing some, like, you know, just vibe coding prompting. I especially want to be able to do that, like, from, like, out on the golf course or out at a bar real quick. Like, you know, take this feature, start working on it, create a PR for it. Here's the info. Boom. Right? Oh, I know mobile typing sucks. I don't want to actually do that much typing. Right? Like, technically, I could just dictate into my phone, and that's the typing. Right? I just want to, like, prompt Claude Code or something. But yeah, I think it'd be kind of a fun game. I got to think of like what the end state might be though. And yeah, I'd probably have to like start thinking about events. Like how do we wire up events into it? That could be fun. It would be single player. I could imagine eventually like a multiplayer version too. So that could be cool. I don't know, just stuff to think about. That's a game I want to make, a game I've wanted to make for a while. But let's work on this first. So let me double check this. Do we have previous URL logic set up? You stopped playing games because the magic was gone? No. Nah. I stopped using web services once I figured out how web services was made because the magic was gone. No. No. Definitely not. You just need the right game. That's all. So ways. Here's the project. I did just kind of do the spiel. So you can read what the project is there. The part we're doing today is we want to make this marketing page work, these sign up buttons, you know. And the first step is making sure that we get previous URL logic in place. What that means is we're going to create another store, and that store is going to be called navigation. If I do navigation, it makes... it'll make auto-importing use navigate harder later. It won't be that much harder. No, navigation's a fine name. It'll probably only be this one thing. So yeah, hold on. Let's grab some boilerplate. All right, so what we want to do is we're just going to create this atomic store using Yotai. We're going to call it previous URL. And we don't need it to be null. It can be empty string. And I don't even think we need the type annotation in there. Yeah, it knows it's a string just based on the default. Cool. All right, so we've got this now. Oh. So there's two places that we need to manipulate this value. The first place is on the, let's call it the dashboard layout page. Yeah, the dashboard layout page. We need to set the previous URL on every navigation. So it's going to be in here. It's going to be some use effect. Now, I don't remember. Does it use route? No. Yeah, we got to go look at the React router docs. All right, so framework mode we don't use. I don't remember if I use data mode. Let's go to the API reference. Here we go. All right, do we think any of these hooks are it? It might be use navigation. I think it's use location. Yep, it's use location. All right, there we go. And technically, yeah, we're doing like window.location.hash here. Could make that use location now. All right, so then we need more than just the path name. We need the search params. Yeah, search params and the hash. Oh, and we can just do location.href. I think that's it. Ooh, maybe not. What does new URL take in? It takes in the URL and the base. The base is not required. Hmm. That doesn't feel right to me. But we can see whatever it's going to give us. All right, so we'll do our magic link. Hold on, let me read that message in just a sec. Okay. You used to go by Ames back at coding. Okay. Uh, Coding hasn't been the same anymore, and you've given up 6 years of learning. You're gonna try to find something else you like to do now. And that's up to you, man. I would say 6 years of learning is interesting. Like, are you employed as a software dev? Because if you spent 6 years without fully getting into it, that's a problem. Yeah, see, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you. You know how you feel about it. That's okay. Hobbies come and go, man. My guess is you're going to end up needing to change your stream name, though. Like your Twitch name. Because it doesn't seem accurate anymore. No stress? Yeah, but then also less motivation, too. I know what I did wrong. Yep, I know exactly what I did wrong. That's why it was weird. Alright, so now if I refresh, I gotta log back in again. Is that because of basketball, or are you just really good at making 3-point turns in a car? Both. Okay, basketball. Playing basketball while making a 3-point turn in a car. That's why you're the specialist. All right, so now we see slash keywords. Perfect. Well, shucks. I think we got a bug with compound keywords. Because that shouldn't have been tagged. Hmm. Yellow cat. Yeah, exactly. For sure. Yeah, like, people need to stop listening to these CEOs. CEOs aren't talking to you as the consumer. They're performing an act that makes their investors happy. This AI is going to take developer jobs is not meant for you. It's meant for their investors. They have to basically lie to those people. Not like full on lie, but they got to sell them the dream, not the reality. I get it, right? That's fine. At some point, you've made your point. We don't need to keep harping on it. It's not a fun conversation, dude. Either do it or don't. No one's twisting your arm about it. Sounds to me like you decided to stop learning, even though you said you were still learning. Sure. You said 6 years. 6 years ago is only 2019. React has been around since 2012, 2013, 2014, like really in the public. Yeah, exactly, Yellow Cat. But it's like, it's not even a proper COBOL guy. It's like a COBOL guy that got into COBOL 6 years ago, complaining about coding today. Like, they don't even have the perspective of the old curmudgeon. They just want to complain like. And that's fine, right? But your complaining is fucking ridiculous at this point. Look at it this way. If you snowboarded a lot and then decided snowboarding wasn't for you anymore, why would you come into a snowboarding subreddit and talk about it? Hey guys, I just think snowboarding's not for me anymore. Then find another subreddit. We don't want to hear the complaints, dude. We like a thing. We're going to keep doing the thing. Deal with it, dude. And I look like Edward Furlong. Yeah, people have said that a bunch. That's why we even have this emote. Like, here on stream, not in chat there. If you say I look like modern day Edward Furlong, get out. I'm kidding. But that dude's looking rough these days. Yeah, maybe Yellow Cat. Yeah, hold on. What was the one? Someone yesterday mentioned that I look like the singer from a band called The Fray. And they're definitely not wrong. Like, maybe not that photo, but yeah, like this one. Like, dude, this one seems okay. You know what? Like, I can see it. He can barely grow any facial hair as well. Yeah, no. My ears don't stick out as much, but that's about it. There's another one. If you're from the snowboard world, uh, Scotty Whitlake. I've gotten that one before too. Like I've gotten that one a bunch actually. Like I've had people at Mount Hood Meadows come up to me and be like, "Hey, Scotty." What? Because yeah, he's from Portland. If you didn't know that. This probably looks a little more accurate. He's skinnier than me though. Dude, but yeah, he blew up his face back in the day. Like he took a knee to his face and like shattered that entire side. Like, dude, he's hardcore. He's from like the late 90s, early 2000s era. But yeah. Yeah, he's actually one of my heroes. So to say I look like him from anyone in the snowboard world, I'll take it. I will take it. Okay, so we don't need that. And yeah, what's up, Jonas? How you doing? All right, so we're setting the full URL. If, and let me double check some of this, right? We go to application, we see, yep, previous URL as we navigate. If I were to then foo equals bar and hash symbol something, we should have that full URL. Yeah, perfect. All right. Works for me. So we're setting that as we navigate. There are certain routes that we don't want to do it on, though. Actually, we're totally fine with it because it's a different layout. So if we look at the layouts that we have set up, dashboard layout is the only one actually setting that. And then auth layout, after we have fully logged in, and it's not even going to be in the layout, it's going to be on either OAuth or verify. It's going to be both, actually. That's where we actually want to read the value and redirect the user to it. And yeah, what you up to, Jonas? So here's one thing. We don't necessarily want to use the atom from like a hook standpoint. We'll do a use effect that reads the value just straight from the store. But we don't need it as something that triggers re-renders. Oh, and actually, it's not even a use effect. Oh. Using a non-monospaced font. In my opinion, you don't need monospacing in your editor. All right, the spaces are the same size. And get ready. I love this joke. There are some languages like Go where you might end up, the auto formatter is going to do something, and it would end up looking something like this. Right? Go would actually then try and line up these colons. Right? Like the auto formatter in Go tries to line up colons. I say that's a mistake anyway. Why is your editor doing that? Right? Leave lining up colons to the doctor from the Human Centipede. I just like making that joke. I think it's some fun wordplay. But no, in general, like, you don't need monospacing with your editor font. Like, it's incredibly rare to need that. Your spaces are already the same size as each other. Problem solved. In your terminal, that's where I agree that monospacing in your terminal is a little more important. Just due to how, like, TUIs and things like that do layout. But I got ways of making my terminal more fun, too. No, it makes a lot of sense for your terminal. But in your editor, I don't care. Doesn't make any sense to me. All right, so what we need to do, though, is we need to get the default store. Get default store. Oh, and actually, we already have a Yotai import. There we go. And yeah, we also made this font on stream. It's technically just Comic Sans, but we added ligatures before like any of the other ligatures things existed for Comic Sans. So I don't know. It's fun to use your own font too, isn't it? All right, so we get the default store. In this use effect, what we want to do is we do some of this. And then we have an else if here. So if we have a previous URL, and that should be good. All right, so then we do that here, but we also need to do it for OAuth. Yep, we actually need that same exact logic. Vim motions? I don't know. If you like them, use them. I tend to push back on like the sentiment that they're essential and like, you know, master your tooling and blah blah. Like it's something that optimizes around like typing speed. All of the technology of the past 30 years has been optimizing away from typing speed mattering. Auto completion in general, right? All these, you know, Super Maven and all these autocomplete tools, right? Like AI code completion. Typing speed is increasingly less and less relevant. If you like doing it, if it makes programming more fun for you, then yeah, learn it, do it. But don't think that it makes you a better dev or a faster dev. Nah. And I have a very, very specific anecdote, right? It's anecdotal, so take it or leave it. That's fine. But my dad is one of those dudes that brags about how fast he can type. He can't do it anymore. He's massively retired. My mom isn't. My mom has written way more impactful and useful software than my dad ever has. Right? My dad's a hardware guy. He's designed some crazy mainframe shit, but his typing speed for coding didn't matter. It did make sense for writing documentation, building, you know, like writing proposals, blah, 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 right? So I can see that. But as far as coding goes, typing speed is increasingly less and less relevant. My mom doesn't even type properly. She's like a hunt and peck. Do. And when she goes to hit enter, she raises her hand up to hit enter. And I feel pain for her laptops. Do. Bam. Like when she hits enter, oh man, that poor laptop. But yeah, in general, typing speed didn't hold her back. Didn't prevent her from writing some really important software. If you like doing it, then do it, Condi. It's fine. Oh, you're a two-finger typer on each hand, right? So like the claw. Yeah, cross the T's and dot your lowercase j's. check that out if you want to see the horror of my typing technique. You got to watch it closely, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. Let's get another lime wedge. Oh, I should squeeze it out. A little bit of lime juice. So who here watched that clip? No. Oh, all right. So I'll point it out to you. In that clip, I have a split keyboard. Watch my right hand and what happens when I reach for the T. Yep. Now you see it. I've got the split keyboard, but I'm reaching across to hit the T. And I do the same thing to hit Y with my left hand sometimes. I'm a freestyle typist, man. Right? Doing them no-look crossovers. And if you see it, I'm not even looking down to do it. Right? That's an ankle breaker. Come on. Can't nobody defend me. Look at that crossover. Mm-hmm. No, I actually do look. I look at my hands all the time. But we used to actually have a delay on the keyboard camera, which made it extra fun. Right? Because people used to make the joke like, are you even coding that? Did you just pre-record someone else typing out the code and you're just talking over it? So then we really like went all in on that joke. So yeah, right? Technically, I probably did look over to hit that T key. Because I look at my hands a lot. There's only a few things I can type without looking at all. Git commands. I can type Git commands without looking. But yeah, just that, like, the fact that it's like a no-look crossover to the other one. I don't know. That's kind of fun, right? So yeah, professional typist in the house. Freestyle. Okay, so we got the previous URL logic. We're setting it on every dashboard navigation, which means our auth routes are not going to interfere with that. I think we're good. Oh, yeah, I don't think I even type at 70. Like, dude, yeah, I type slow. I don't really care. Like, there are certain things I can type fast. Usually they're things that I type while raging at someone in a League of Legends game. GTA cheat codes. There you go. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Nah, Trom. Bullshit. Bullshit. This is a React single page application. We have to get access to those things on the client side. At that point, whether you put it in a cookie I can read versus a cookie I can't, we still need that stuff. Nah, man, and I fundamentally disagree. So, Trom, think about this. Why is it bad? Really think about that. Why is it bad? Not just because someone told you. Actually, put on your big boy pants and think about the actual vulnerability of putting it in local storage. I know there are some vulnerabilities, but I want to hear you actually explain this. And what's up, Bada? Nice chill day? Hell yeah. I mean, Trom, we're waiting. Seems to me like you don't know why it's not good. There you go. That might be it, Brainless. And what up, Gabarion? How you doing? What you up to? Well, seems like Trom's got straight stage fright. So I'll just explain it for you. The reason people say it's bad to put it in local storage is for basically one reason. That one reason can have two mechanisms. So the two mechanisms, right? The reason is that some malicious code could leak it, right? Could read it from the JavaScript and send it out elsewhere, and then you're compromised. The two mechanisms of that malicious code happening, there's basically just two, are either a bad dependency or user-submitted content. Bado, you're missing the point 100%. That's not why they're talking about local storage. Unrelated. All they're talking about is anything you can access from JavaScript. Local storage, a non-HTTP only cookie, IndexedDB, whatever. It's the same thing from a use case perspective. So the two mechanisms in which local storage can leak your key would be a bad dependency or technically cross-site scripting. Those two things are preventable. And those two things, if done wrong, can actually compromise you in exactly the same way, even if you had it in a cookie. If you have a bad dependency, call's already coming from inside the house. They can make a request on your behalf if you're using an HTTP-only cookie because they still have access to fetch, right? So bad dependency can do that. Same thing with cross-site scripting. Prevent the bad dependencies or prevent the cross-site scripting. Yes, do both. But either one of those things will still compromise a cookie too. It's already there. It already has all the access it needs to make a request on your behalf. Whether it's reading that via JavaScript from wherever, or whether it's just doing a fetch and they don't have access to your cookie, it still is going to be attached to your fetch request. You're screwed. That's it. Like, the problem is there regardless. Cookie versus local storage JWT. They both have the exact same problems. Bad dependency, cross-site scripting. Solve those two problems, and you don't have problems. But there are some definitely very smart people in the world that love to talk about the boogeyman of a bad dependency or cross-site scripting without applying that same logic to their favorite toy. Ryan Florence is one of them. What if my friend, who's operating, Unpackage, right? What if you're using Unpackage in production? What if my friend decides to middleman your dependencies and add some malicious stuff? He can leak your keys. Well, number one, why the fuck are you using Unpackage in production? No, that's a straw man argument. It's bullshit. Bullshit every time. You should not be using Unpackage in production. But it's, there are some people with authority that just want to have arguments about things that really don't matter. They both have the same problems. Not yet. I was ranting. Free or open source? I don't know, man. I'd say that's probably a question that you should Google. There are things that exist. Like, Gabarium, you have the entire internet at your disposal right now. Why do you think a random Twitch chat is going to be more efficient than actually looking some stuff up? Dope on plastic? No. Yeah, I'm tempted to make that a ban. You should know better than that. Yeah, no, that's a full-on ban. Do some code. We deal with them all the time. Like, people like that. Surprising that someone would follow for over a year and still pull some shit like that, though. That's weird. All right. So yeah, we're setting our previous URL in all the places we need. We're reading it in all the places we need too. Yeah, we're going to commit that. Yeah, what's up, Bedtime Bear? All right. This is, we'll call it a feature. 5:30 tomorrow. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. Yeah, where were you thinking? Either one. Jackson. I don't think I've been to Jackson. So yeah, that sounds cool. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get there. Northgate-ish. Okay. Yeah, works for me. We're going golfing. Yeah, 5 works. I can get some work done before 4. Head out, drop off the monitor for someone. I need to make sure I bring the charger. But yeah, that should be good. Add previous URL. Yeah, I've never played Jackson. Yeah, sounds fun. And dude, I think I just realized this. Not only did I get a par last time we went out, which is rare for me, but I don't think I lost a golf ball when we went out last time either. That's extremely rare for me. Yeah, I think you mentioned that. Oh, I don't know. Like, dude, I'm awful. I'm really bad. Like, I'll have some good hits every once in a while, but I'm just not consistent enough. Let me get more music going, though. Like, there are definitely holes where, hey, Chris, what'd you get? I don't know. Mark it 10. I think we had a few of those last time, right, Bedtime Bear? It was mostly, yeah, like I wasn't hitting the lob wedge that well. I had a couple good lob wedge hits, but, yeah, I just kept sculling it. See, I need to go out and just, like, yeah, really work the lob wedge more. Oh, do you usually use, like, an app for it or something? All right, so we got that front end logic. Gamebook. Is that the one? Hold on. No. So this one, Golf Shot. Yeah, we know someone that works on Golf Shot. So yeah, I'm going to give that one a try. So why not? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, we pushed up that front end code. I think we've got a flaw in our back end logic. So let's try and look at that and see what the deal is. Oh, hold on. Now, we would have had an error on some of that other stuff. I wanted to double check that. Our GitHub action is actually succeeding. Yep. Yeah, all right. No, should be good then. Okay. All right, so back to the back end. We got to look at the Firehose client. Yeah, no worries, Condi. Have a good night. Hey, what's up, Anthony? I'm doing well. Just hanging out. Yeah, so all right, so we get this back up. And we can edit this. We can turn that. Oh, we cannot turn that off. So we had another bug. Could have sworn I tested that, but whatever. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so doing like a form.set value doesn't actually trigger a re-render. That was our issue. Yep. All right. All right, and hold on. Let me double check. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, how's it going, Gouda? What you up to? And yeah, Gouda's one of my favorite cheeses. I haven't had that many. Like, I really love a good brie. But yeah, Gouda's like really nice for just like, munching on. Like just like a chunk of cheese. Nom nom nom. I feel like it I feel like Gouda's probably pretty good in like mac and cheese too. Like not as like the only cheese. Yeah, you get some like decent sharp cheddar, some Gouda. Best mac and cheese I've ever had even has like a little bit of uh, blue cheese in it, which blows my mind. Cool. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the link too. Perfect. All right, so 5:06 tomorrow. We got that. I'm out of water. Let me do this part. And then while this is building again, I'm gonna go use the restroom, pour some more water, and yeah, we can probably hop into a whiskey. So give me a second. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Also brought some chips. I know, right? Yeah, left side of history. It's fun. Yeah. Has anyone had these yet? I don't care about messy, but Argentinian style steak. Right? Grilled steak flavor with notes of chimichurri. It just sounded too good. And I'm trying to avoid chips these days. But, I mean, my curiosity got the better of me. Yeah, no, that's good. All right. So now that we've determined they're good, that's where the problem starts. Because I could eat the whole bag in one sitting. I wish they were like the thicker, kind of like kettle chips, instead of like the thin Lays. Nah, not very smoky. Like, there's like a good garlicky aftertaste to it a bit. The initial flavor is a bit like if you've ever had chili cheese Fritos, think that, but way mellower. Like, not nearly as salty. And like a much more subtle flavor. But then like the aftertaste is like totally different than Fritos. Like the chili cheese Fritos. I don't know. Yeah, I like it. I think they're good. Yeah, that actually sounds like an interesting job for sure. Like, think about this. The old school raspberry flavoring comes from a gland in a beaver's butthole. I'm really curious who discovered that. Like, who's the first person that was like, you know what? I'm gonna nosh on this real quick. Oh, it tastes like raspberries. Yeah, hold on. While it may sound unusual, raspberry and vanilla flavorings have historically been derived from a substance called castoreum, which is secreted by beavers. This castoreum is a yellowish, oily substance secreted from the beaver's castor sacs, located near the anus. So it doesn't directly taste like raspberry. It's a musky, vanilla-like scent of diluted castoreum, which can be used to create a more complex and nuanced flavor profile, sometimes including raspberry notes. It's not in raspberry flavoring now because of the cost and availability. But yes, in perfume, it's been a thing for a long time too. So yeah, today you learned. Well, how do you know that doesn't taste like raspberries? All right, so hold on. You spent the last week trying to make your own blog from scratch. You started with Astro, ended up not liking certain aspects, went to Next, and really didn't like that setup. And you're thinking of giving up and going with Jekyll instead. I would say I'd be curious about what you didn't like about Astro. But Hugo is also kind of nice. Jekyll's fine too, right? Use whatever you want. I'm really curious, though, left side of history. Like, what didn't you like about Astro? Like, the port number alone is a reason to use it. And yes, I'm bragging. I came up with it. I came up with 4321. You had to write a lot of scripting manually for searching and sorting. So, GitHub. Maxilla. It is a monorepo. We go to apps, docs. So this right here, I don't know if you want to at least like look around at some of it. This is an Astro site. It may be slightly older. It might be version 3. I think it's on version 4 by now, but I could be wrong. So, number one, if you want to do like searching stuff, I highly, highly recommend PageFind. And you can use PageFind with Hugo with anything. This is basically going to be like an Algora style search. And at build time, you just index all the content. So it'll work with Hugo, 11T, Jekyll, Next, Astro, SvelteKit, anything. Might be worth checking that out. It's not a service, right? It's a build step. And that's just client-side logic for the searching. So it's, yeah, hugely cheap and easy to use. And I'm using it in this project. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Let me look at it this way. And maybe it's in layout. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to remember where my search stuff is. But yeah, like this is the type of scripting you were talking about, right? Like this was too much for you? No, I literally came up with the 4-3-2-1. Yep. Interesting. Let's do it this way. Yeah, Starlight's a really, really good template, for sure. We had one person say they didn't like it. How dare they? How dare they? And yeah, like the two main dudes at the time, at least. Yeah, they were big fans. Yeah, Lion, stoked on it. Like, yeah, yeah, I'm really proud of it. This is my greatest contribution to open source. There we go. So now we got a command. That way I don't have to search for it as much. But yeah, what I was trying to find for you was, like how I'm doing the search functionality. I don't remember where that is exactly, though. It's, yeah, it's probably in a component. Here we go, search. Yep, we're bringing in page find. And then, yeah, that's where, like, all that happens. So, I don't know, something to check out. I just love the fact that it doesn't introduce its own, like, crazy templating syntax. Like, you know, Astro components are basically HTML with some metadata. But then you can just use React. You can just use, you know, Vue or Svelte or whatever, and it just works. It's really nice that way. Right? So I made this thing called Boringer Avatars. This entire site, right, this documentation site, is an Astro site. But I've got these supported frameworks because I used a thing called mitosis to actually create a fork of this like avatar library for all of these frameworks. And they all just embed nice and neatly right into Astro. So yeah, this was a fun project to work on too. Yeah, when people ask like, what projects have you done? Like, we've done too many on stream. Like, I don't know, man. We've done 120 plus projects here on stream, basically, you know? Well, keep in mind, all I did... Oh no! Vercel's gonna try and buy Astro? I hope not. But, you know, they gotta make money somehow. That sucks. So, boring avatars, all I did was fork what they've done. And if we zoom out, it's basically, like, technically their page used to look a lot different. We copied their exact styling for this page. All I did was I took boring avatars, which is just a React component, and I ported it using mitosis to all of these other frameworks. So it's basically the entirely same source code for all of these. And then mitosis compiles them into Vue, Vue 3, Svelte, etc. So all I did was then copy their demo pages using these components, so they're testable and all that stuff. And this used to be the exact layout they had, but I haven't updated it yet. I'm trying to remember. I think that went pretty good on Product Hunt. What platform should link to my site? You're saying like boring avatars. The original library. Yeah, sure, maybe. Oh, okay, so this is the wrong account. Damn it. I'll just search for it. Boringer avatars? Really? Oh, there we go. So yeah, I'm actually pretty pumped. This launch got 235 upvotes. That's pretty solid for just some open source library. Yeah, no, I get it. That'd be fun. But yeah, I don't know. I just like building stuff. It's really fun to do it here on stream with you. All right, let me pour some more water, and then we'll pour a whiskey too. It's 3 o'clock on a Saturday. I think that's fine. Let me get more music going. Might have to open the next one. I think we should be good, though. Ah, perfect. Just enough for one in here. Overwhelming? No. Like, I have contributed to other things. I don't remember what they were. But in general, if I need something and it doesn't exist, you just have to build it. So I believe this dude operates this. Is my pull request still chilling? No, it looks like he merged it. Maybe not. I must have had to fork this one. I think the issue is that it hasn't been touched in 4 years, so I didn't think it was going to get updated. Yeah, so I just had to do mine. Yeah, so that was the issue we ran into on React Native, right? At a small size, it worked, but they had a lot of hard-coded magic strings and values. So we had to, yeah, basically allow any resolution. I should try and push that back at some point, but whatever. You find it overwhelming because it feels like you're forcing yourself into a project by suggesting things or submitting a PR. Yeah, in general, it's tough. It's easy to fix a bug. It's a lot more to, like, suggest a feature. Still worth it, though, you know? All right, so one thing I was hoping was we see matches all parts true. This was just 3 minutes ago. Okay, I get this now. That's fun. All right, so there's a meme going around, diminish a band. And hold on, someone had some fun ones. So yeah, slightly diminish a band. And then someone did Lincoln Lawn. Mine was then Aluminum Dan. And then a couple more I came up with were The Midtones, Terrestrial Ant Farm, Blog Against the Machine. Then they came up with a few, Meza, Macklesum, Sir Mix-a-Bit, Bronson Pickups, The Weekday. The Weekday is good. The last GitHub build for our API? Yeah, no, you read that right. 19 hours ago. Maybe 20 if I refresh. No. Yeah, that's the last time we pushed the backend. But that was us pushing that new feature. 9-centimeter nails. There you go. Blog against the machine. Yep. Talking about that blog trick. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no. No, front end is a different repo. And we're not doing GitHub actions for the deploy of the front end. That's all going through Cloudflare pages. Shit. Oh, and interesting. Well, that would be why that's failing. So it's like we see value, we don't see type. Yeah, we don't see type. So that's not coming back on the request, so we got to update that. But, well, let me close some of these. The exact word switch looks really good. Yeah, I don't know. We got a bunch of pushback. There were some people that didn't even understand like what they were talking about, but they're still not wrong. Okay, yeah. Here's what someone said. Actually, I can show it over here. I just think they were missing the point, but they also said the same thing. So what they ended up saying was, I think everyone is doing number 3 these days. Number 2 is whack. Okay. If I do number 1, use the button from number 3. Okay, no, I see what they're saying. So if I wanted to do it outside the field, for some reason I misread this. Okay, so they actually they were dead on. No, they totally get it. No, they were right. But you know, move the button outside, but just do like this button just outside the thing. I could see it. This just seems more explicit. Yeah, I don't know. I do think they're right. That this is probably the more common thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's a tough one. But let me do a little lime in my whiskey. I poured it. Let's get the water in there. I just squeezed some lime in there. Mm. They have basically the same click area because, you know, this is a label. Labels are clickable. So yeah, they have the exact same surface area for clickability. Yeah, I mean, so that's actually something that your forms should absolutely do, right? It's not going to be on this page. We go to create a new one, right? When you click keyword, it should focus the field, right? So labels and form fields have that, and that's a user affordance that you really should not break. Like, people expect this to work. If you break that, you're making a way worse user experience. And this is why I really think it's important that people understand that's the kind of stuff that front end engineers have to think about. So when people say front end is easy, yeah, they're making unusable user interfaces in a lot of the cases. No one's job's easy when you understand that it requires thought. Yeah, nobody can know everything, for sure. And that's fine. But yeah, what's up, Justice? How you doing? All right, so let me double check the database here. I do want to make sure that our keywords have that value set like we were expecting. They might not. Time for bed for you, Jonas? You're 7 hours ahead? Oh, damn. So it's 10 p.m. for you? Yeah, have a good night. See you soon. Oh, well, that would be it. When we created the keyword, the type did not make it through. Shit. Okay. So now we got to look at when we do a compound keyword. We did pass compound. But then when it comes back, we're not getting type on there. And if we look at pgadmin and we replay this, its type is simple. So that's our issue. It's on the backend endpoint where we're creating, and we're not passing the type value properly. So I just want to make sure that's making it through to the backend endpoint properly. Yep, we do see keyword type compound. Perfect. No, because we want it to be a default of true for simple. So the part you're seeing is not snippet matcher client. This is the part. So you're saying here, this true? Now, because this is, if it's compound, we check the compound stuff and we return the matched value. If it's simple, then we just say that matches all parts is true. Because then that's where we look at matches all parts after that to go and create the events. That's fine, Brainless. No, it was a good guess. Good thought. And yeah, there might be a cleaner way to do this. Like, how would you rewrite this? To me, that seems like the right way to go. But I don't know. And then, how do I like Elixir? You heard it's really good at data processing, so it makes sense I'm using it for this. Apparently, it's the second most desirable language in the Stack Overflow survey last year. Maybe. Elixir is not necessarily the right thing if you are going to be heavily CPU bound. If concurrency and parallelism is important for you, Elixir is amazing at that. But CPU bound stuff, you may still be better off with Rust or C++, etc. You like the syntax? Yeah, it's fine. It's a syntax. All right, so here in keyword controller, we aren't passing type. That would be it. Right, and then it just defaults. So then from here, type, keyword.type. Yep. So yeah, that's going to have way too many events. Let's delete again. So now we got compound there. Okay, sweet. So we got a bug here, and it's in the client. Hey, Spheriphoria. How you doing? No, that background is beautiful. He's so happy. I don't know, it's like a magic eye. It's a shader, right? So we're using Ghosty. Ghosty allows you to use GL shaders, which is really cool. Right? Some of the shaders that I've built out, or technically, I added some shaders to my own fork. Someone else put a lot of the work into these, but then I did this to like generate the GIFs so you can kind of see some of them. And like, yeah, these are just shaders from Shader Toy, like this one. Uh, yes, R. Cranston. I think you're 100% right. He goes by like a shorter name here on Shader Toy. I forget. IQ, right? Yeah, you're talking about IQ. Yep. Yeah, that's definitely him. Yep. Yeah. Definitely them. Yeah, good catch. Good eye. How do we load up a specific user? Here we go. Oh, he's the creator of Shader Toy itself. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's nifty. That's really cool. And yeah, when you say like they baked in models, I don't think they did. Yeah, I didn't realize IQ was the creator of the entire site. That blows my mind. That's actually really cool. Yeah, ray marching. Exactly. Yep. It does have SDF actually. Hold on. No, you nailed it. Yeah, right here in the tags. SDF. I don't know what that actually means, but yeah, good catch. So there is some SDF thing involved. But yeah, oh, there you go, Spheriphoria. He is pulling some SDF shit. Yep, literally. But yeah, hold on. Did I do the shout out stuff for you yet? Hold on, let me do that. Oh, if I could spell. Ooh, today you were working on a barcode generator, I assume in Zig? A little bit of Zig, a little bit of OpenCL-C. Oh. OpenCL. Is that like some computer vision stuff? Yeah, I'm not familiar with OpenCL. Oh, maybe they meant OpenGL. Oh, okay. It's OpenGL for generic GPU, CUDA, but for everyone. Oh, very cool. Open computing language. Right, and it'll run on CPU or GPU, etc. Very cool. I've never even heard of this before. Cool. I'm sure it's fine. A lot of that stuff doesn't move that quickly. So yeah, initial release 2009. Yeah, I'd be willing to bet it's still just as relevant as ever. Oh, people had other suggestions? Interesting. Like Vulkan? Oh, interesting Rumple. Okay. Yeah, what were other people recommending? Vulkan? Okay, yeah. Vulkan. Vulkan's like the new hotness. Um, there's some C++ higher level stuff. Okay. No. We're streaming. The sidetrack is part of the point. It's okay. Like we're fixing a bug, sure. And we'll fix the bug. I'm in no rush. I'm here to hang out, slowly ship features and fix bugs, and drink some whiskey. I'm doing something I haven't done for a long time, possibly ever. Right? So I'm doing whiskey and water because I don't need the calories of Coca-Cola. But I decided to add some lime wedges. Like I went to the grocery store today specifically for lime and more whiskey. And then I picked up gyoza and some other stuff. Oh, and these chips. Oh, and shipping bugs as features, yes. And features as bugs. And yes, then I got jebaited for these steaks. And it's not necessarily jebaited, but they got me. Like these steak chips, ooh, man, they're pretty good. I just wish they were like the kettle cut, like thick chips. But yeah. I just saw them and they sounded so good. Argentinian style steak. Grilled steak flavor with notes of chimichurri. And there is a bit of pepper in there, actually. Yeah. There is a bit of pepper in there. The image of Messi on there? Sure, that works for me. It's even better. The product I'm working on is called Messijo. Not trying to get sued. Hell no. No, thank you. I might already be in his lawyer's cross sites just for using the word Messijo. Oh, and wait, how am I not following this dude? I definitely need to follow this dude. That was my mistake. Let me get more music on. All right, so the problem we're dealing with right now is I've got a syntax issue here. We're treating a list as a string, which is incorrect. That's happening up in our Firehose client. What line are they saying it's happening on? 107. Oh. Yeah. That was, yeah, no, that one's easy enough. Totally different thing. All right, so now we shouldn't have that error anymore. We're seeing matched all parts. Sweet. So the deal is we're going to see a bunch of foo, but it's going to be way less common to see foo and bar in the same message. It does look like barefoot. Yep. Ah, nice. Right? Because we don't have the toggle on for like whole words. But yeah, barefoot. Boom. All right, I'll take it. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so we fixed that bug. Let's get it shipped up. Let's get rid of some of those log statements that we don't need anymore. Okay, cool. So we get those bugs fixed up. Okay. So wait, you're just doing text-based LLM stuff. You're having issues with the proprietary NVIDIA drivers with Torch and CUDA for an image model. You can't even Google your issues. That's annoying. Hmm. Okay, so we got that stuff done. We're gonna leave that and leave that for now. All right, just double checking some of the warnings we're getting. So, nope, it's ./dev. There we go. All right, so what we just did was we fixed a bunch of bugs. We got the previous URL logic working. We need to pivot back to the marketing site. The first step is we want to make these buttons actually work. And we can just make them link to the dashboard billing section. And then we'll have to test that more. Because basically, if they're a brand new user, they are not going to have an organization set up. So we need to redirect to the settings page, but they need to create their org as well. Let me double check on the front end here. We've got this dialog, create org dialog. When it's done, yeah, we're just setting the orgs and setting selected org. So we should be on the billing page, but we wouldn't see anything until they've created the org. I think that should be good. Yeah, so if we have a selected org, we show the outlet of the route. Otherwise, we just show the dialog so they create the thing. Okay, perfect. So yeah, let's update that front end logic and put us where we need to go. And am I the only one that sees this? Doesn't Messi kind of look like Linus from Linus Tech Tips? Like, if you just see him from the side a little bit. Like, why is Linus on this bag of chips? I don't get it. I know, right? Like, yeah, no, just the angle I'm seeing it at. That totally looks like Linus from here. That's funny. Okay. It's on the marketing site here on pricing. And then it ends up being the pricing content component. Ah, so what we're going to want to do here. And hey, what's up, Maniac? How you doing? Yeah, thanks for the sub, dude. Yeah, I feel like it's been a little bit. You been busy, like vacationing or something? I'm doing well. Ah, busy with work mostly. Didn't get much personal time until the last few days. Oh, that's a bummer. Hopefully, still like some fun work. Ah, there you go. Perfect. That's all that matters then. So here's something. That switch that we're toggling. That's some client only logic. So the tricky part is we don't want to do client only for all of the pricing content. I think we can do this with CSS actually. Yeah, I'm almost positive we can do it with CSS. I don't think we can do it with Tailwind though. Mm, yes, the main issue is that we would actually want this switch to be top level. Right, because for any of the checkbox hack logic to work, they have to be siblings, like adjacent within the DOM. So let's look at it, right? If we just clicked this instead of being able to click the labels, that might break an affordance. But we could make this the label for a checkbox under the hood. Like, I don't think we can do this on click. Like, we can't do a use state. Like, we'll never see that log happen. Right. Yep. And technically, I think we should even be getting yelled at. It's not yelling at us there, though. Hmm. Oh, and let me read your message. How's Messijo going? I mean, we're launched. People can sign up and use it right now. We're trying to fix the marketing page at the moment. The problem is that I want the user to be able to toggle monthly, annual here. But because this is a static site, we don't have access to the client-side aspect of React to toggle this, right? Like, we couldn't use a use state. It just won't work. One thought that I have is that this could end up being the label for a top-level checkbox that is hidden, and then we could use that hidden checkbox's value to toggle the CSS that shows, you know, full price or yearly price. Yeah, no worries, Larobi. Yeah, so I'm not doing a product hunt launch yet. I don't think we have enough features for that to go well. I'm not even really like promoting it on social media yet. But I could start getting, at least like work involved in some way. Not currently with the way it's architected. Like, ideally, you could load this page without any JavaScript, right? And then we would just want any like interactivity to show up after the fact. The way we could end up doing that is moving all of the pricing logic like if we move all of this like template back into Astro, we could then have a client only version of the pricing and like an Astro version of the pricing. It would involve a little bit of duplication, but that might be fine. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Colette. So the old school way would be that this actually acts as a checkbox, and then we use CSS classes to show hide the daily versus, or not daily, the monthly versus annual. Like we could do that, but the checkbox hack requires reworking how this switch even works. Whereas instead, we could change it, and then this toggle ends up being just client only, which means that's JavaScript and then it works. So there'd be a version of this that exists in the Astro without the toggle. And then once the JavaScript is loaded in, that section disappears and we show the client-only version. We can do any classes we want, but the dynamic nature of these things has to change. So, Colite, I don't need help necessarily. I've got two avenues of doing this. I can leave it all in React, and we do the checkbox hack, and then I have to completely rework the state of this based on classes instead of state, which is doable, but it would still involve a checkbox that lives somewhere at the top level, right? Like, or is completely hidden, but it has to be at the same level of the things that we want to show hide based on it, just due to how the CSS checkbox hack works. If you're not familiar with what I mean by the checkbox hack, I'll show you. This is a way of doing pure HTML, CSS hamburger menus and a whole bunch of other stuff. It involves a hidden checkbox that you're toggling using some kind of label somewhere. The problem is that the checkbox itself has to live at the exact same hierarchy level, right, within nesting as the thing that you want to show in hide, which is totally doable. However, it would mean that I have to basically recreate this switch from scratch and use CSS to determine its toggled state, which is totally doable. We can do that. But then we run into, well, is it tabbable at that point? And I think we just raise way more accessibility concerns trying to do it that way. A component is set twice at the same place in two different files. I mean, left side of history, that's a typical, like, state management issue, right? There should really be only one source of truth for that. But what you're getting at is it should probably be some global state, not local to layout or page. So if I was doing that with Yotai, that state would live in a top level nav bar. I just read what you wrote. Sorry. Brain fart. Right? Whatever state that would be something you set as a Yotai atom. And then whether you're showing the nav bar or not is just reading from this atom. So then you can update that atom from anywhere else. That should be pretty straightforward, but sounds to me like you have two sources of truth. Or your state is co-located where the thing that you're toggling is, which also is a mistake. Yotai is a global state management system. It's like Redux or, like any state management tool. It pulls out state from being component local to being global. So that's what left side of history is having as a problem. That state within any application, if you're going to modify it from elsewhere, it needs to be global. You're the state manager. Now, you need some kind of global state management mechanism. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with stale state. So if you're doing React, and I'm sure Yotai works with other stuff too, Yotai is an option. The people that make Yotai also make Zustand. They also make Vaultio. And any other global state management tool will do exactly what you need. So I don't care if you use Yotai or not, but you do need global state management. Keep in mind, this is only working in an application context. If you're doing it for a website, then it just doesn't work. And that's the problem we're running into here. This is a website, not an application. We basically have to think about how we do any of this stuff without JavaScript first. So global state management would not be the solve for this part. Yeah, I think the checkbox hack is going to be just a bad experience. Not for me. For me, I'm sure it'd be fine. But for the user, I think it would be a bad experience. Right? For anyone that needs to do keyboard navigation, like tabbing to it would suck. Oh yeah, no worries, Maniac. Yep. Yeah, I do the web dev. I really enjoy doing the web dev too. I normally don't consider this a teaching stream, but I think people do learn stuff. Like, I learn stuff here on stream all the time. Yeah, I mean, just being curious. I'd much rather work with a curious dev than a non-curious dev, regardless of their skill levels. I'd rather work with a curious junior than a non-curious mid-level dev any day of the week. You can't teach motivation, you know? You can't teach curiosity. That's just a trait that people have. Ooh. That needs some more lemon. Or more lime. You hope that's a universal preference? Maybe. I don't know. It's tough. I was listening to some people talking about hiring at the Blue Sky event I went to. Like, the dude from Blue Sky is doing a bunch of hiring, and he's like, he's the one in the driver's seat, you know? And then the founder of Expo was also there, and they were both talking hiring, and I'm just sitting there listening. And it seems like curiosity, at least from their perspective, is not what they're looking for. So from like a manager perspective, I don't think they care about curiosity. They just want someone good that does good work. From my perspective, I'd rather work with a curious person. But it's tricky, you know? Like, how do you gauge for that in an interview? How do you actually figure out if someone's curious? I don't know. I don't think you can. I think you just gotta hope for the best. But yeah, the best devs I've ever worked with were curious rather than let's get shit done type people. Mm-hmm. Like, it's more like I've worked with a dev who didn't seem very curious at all. And they were a junior, but they were constantly ignoring my changes whenever they got a merge conflict. Like, constantly. So much so that several bugs got reintroduced multiple times because there'd be a merge conflict. They just want to get their tickets done. They're not actually curious how it's conflicting or what the differences are or any of that stuff. It's just, you know, it's hard to work with someone like that because it makes you constantly look bad too. Like, no, we fixed that bug. You tested it. We tested it, and it's back again. How does this keep happening? Yeah, it almost seems like a personal choice. Yeah, frustrating as fuck. Yeah. And it really does blow my mind when I see that they're like a senior engineer at some company right now. I'd be really curious if they got better about merge conflicts or not. I hope so. I sure hope so. Yeah, I don't know. Exactly. I hope they're better. But it's one of those things that's really hard to teach because it didn't impact them. They weren't the ones having their work disappear. Because I'm actually good about resolving merge conflicts. Yeah, I really don't know what it was, but it happened multiple times, and it was really annoying. Yep. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, when you're like a team lead, you kind of have to care more than the people that aren't the lead. Like, I don't know. That's all there is to it. So, yeah, back to the problem at hand, right? We're here in pricing. We're going to create a new file, and we're going to call this one pricing tier. Yeah, no worries, Maniac. Yeah, get some sleep. Have a good one. Yeah, we're chilling. We're enjoying a good old day. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to pull out the pricing card. Pricing tier card. Sure. Weird that it thought those were types. Yeah, all right. So what I want to do here. All right, so we'll replace all class names with class in here. We're going to bring in all missing imports. It should not be doing type for these. That's getting a little annoying. And then label here. Nah, that's all that. I do have to pee. Give me a second. I broke the seal. One moment. I had to pee. And hey, Mctronics, how you doing? Thank you for the sub. Thought you'd squeeze that in while I was away and I wouldn't see it. I do need to send a quick message to someone. I'm bringing a yeah, I'm bringing a monitor to someone in Seattle tomorrow, if they're around. So I just got to make sure. Okay, so We're getting there. Some of these end up actually being those. I need to look at the astrodocs. Because I swear they can do dynamic stuff. Yes, this is where we'd have to do just like an event listener. So yeah, we might opt out of all the React. Yeah, we're gonna do this old school. Yeah, I think that's the move. We can't do it on the div. So I think we need to move the switch out of here. What what do we want to call it? It's something toggle? Monthly toggle? Frequency toggle? Yearly toggle? Sure, okay. Yarly toggle. Different thing. Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. And it's going well. Yeah, how you doing, Standard and Brainless? You might drink a bit too much espresso. You just made it to the top tier band of the Nespresso Club because you bought over 450 capsules this year. And the year's only like 2/3 of the way over. Like less than that. So you do about 2 a day. On average. It's not that crazy. Oh, okay. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, you know your average, right? Like, is it 2 a day? I bet some days maybe it's 1, but other days it's 3. I would bet 2 is a good average. If it's for the past 365 days rather than during the calendar year, then that's not bad at all. That's probably fine, man. Yeah, I would say maybe it's too much if it's on average 2 a day. If your average is 1.5 a day, that's not bad, man. No, that's fine. I don't think you realize what a true coffee problem actually is. There are people that pour jugs of coffee every day. Like 64 ounces of black coffee. Okay, see, so you're doing both. That's where you're really mixing it up there. I get that. Okay. That's maybe not ideal. If it was just the Nespresso, then okay. But yeah, the Monster, I don't know. It's probably worth cutting back on the Monster. Just all the shit that they put in it. I'm sure Nespresso has some weird shit too. But just saying, like, I don't know, man. I'm not one to lecture. I was actually sponsored by 2 different energy drink companies. One was Chronic with a K. That's still my favorite. Oh, it's grapefruit flavored. I still miss Chronic. And then I was sponsored by Rockstar as well. My caffeine tolerance was such that, you know, I could have a Red Bull or a Rockstar or whatever next to me. Wake up thirsty in the middle of the night, chug it, and go right back to sleep. Like, finish it off. Like, oh, I'm so thirsty. And then right back to sleep. Now, it's possible, it's entirely possible, that I have ADD or ADHD, but I don't think so, because caffeine does affect me. Like caffeine absolutely affects me. So, I don't know. I am easily distractible. I just think that's me. Let me put it this way. I remember, and my mom tells this story fondly too, when I was maybe 4, maybe 5 years old. I'm pretty sure this was like Oklahoma City, so I must have been 4. We went to the grocery store, and I just wanted to sit in the car and think. I don't think there's anyone with ADHD that has ever said that phrase. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good indicator. But I did that at a very young age. I just want to sit in the car and think. I got a lot of like fun stories with my mom. Way less fun ones with my dad, but I got some. Taught myself multiplication in Texas because like pairs of shoes was like the way it clicked in my head. Like, yeah, I have 3 pairs of shoes, but I got 6 shoes. That's 3 times 2. Blah blah. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. Brainless. Maybe that's the difference between ADD and ADHD. Like, are you diagnosed with ADHD or just ADD? Well, yes, definitely sounds like you are on that spectrum for sure. I don't think there's any other greater indicator than that in your case. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I was just thinking in my head. I think that's a different thing. It's like Dumb and Dumber. She sent me this John Deere letter. You know, something about me not paying attention or listening to her. I don't know. I wasn't listening. Right? Like, you know, sounds about right. Freda Felcher was onto something there. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. All right. More music though. Ah, there we go. That's the sound I was looking for. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I got no idea. All right, so we got the yearly toggle here. What we want to do is get it over here. All right, we do need a types folder. And you know what? Hold on. Yeah, never mind. We'll just do this. Probably don't need to log that. All right, so then as we keep going, yearly toggle is a... What's the difference between client load and client only? It's a client load, immediately visible UI elements that need to be interactive as soon as possible. Load and hydrate the component JavaScript immediately on page load. All right, idle, lower priority. Oh, and it takes a prop for how long it's been idle. Cool. Visible, I don't care. Oh, and then we got to do client only, React, etc. I think client load is fine. All right, so now it toggles. Hey. Oh. Badge is coming from the wrong place. All right, there we go. We got that one fixed. That's a fun one. All right, so we're able to toggle it. It's not changing anything, though. Hey, B Holmes Dev, Mr. Sir. How you doing? Yeah, stoked to see you streaming again. I feel like it's been a little while. So you're building Hubble, the next Note app. So React, Tailwind, Warp with GPT-5. Oh, what is Warp in that context? If you like any song, you can just do exclamation point song, and we've got a bot wired up for that. So not just for this song, but any other one too. Oh, okay. So like Warp Terminal, right? And that's like a bunch of the AI stuff, like, you know, the vibe coding maybe that you're doing. Right? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Got it. Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, Ben, it's been a while. How you been? Are you going to be at JS Nation or React Summit this year? You've been good. Nailed it. Yeah, like the better vibes. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. And yeah, like any other conferences you're going to? Maybe commit your code? Any of that? Just throwing it out there. I might actually be emceeing JS Nation. Oh, you're no longer at Astro. I don't think I knew that. Oh, very cool. Okay. Are you going to be here in Seattle for RustConf? I don't think I'm going to the conference, but I'd happily hang out. I'll have to look at tickets. Yeah, I'm not sure who the other MCs for JS Nation are going to be, but I don't know. Yeah, it sounds fun. And yeah, Warp. Very recently, I had to get like Warp's like nightly or whatever it is, like the preview version, because at GitKraken, where I work right now, we have an MCP server, and I need to test that out. So yeah, I just recently fiddled with that a bit, and it was fun. Moving to NYC in a month. And doing a warp offsite in Austin the month after. Okay. Yeah, Jazz Nation is in NYC for sure. Exactly. Yeah. 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 So I'll at least let you know when I'm in town. I'm pretty sure like you spoke at it the year that we met up there, right? I wonder if they do any like past speaker discount. You might reach out to them. Yeah, and yours was like even like an in-person talk. Mine was just remote, but you know, you don't turn down an excuse to move to New York City or to like to visit New York City. Yeah, when I saw you in person, I know, right? 99% off? Um, SquiggleConf is that way. I don't know if you're going to be at SquiggleConf this year. I forget when it is. I don't think it happened yet. But yeah, the organizers of SquiggleConf have like a free ticket for life thing. Like if you've spoken, or at least I hope I'm not doxing something. They offered that to me at least. And yeah, what's up, Proton? Yeah, no, dude, SquiggleConf is one of the best conferences. Last year was amazing. This year it's going to be 2 whole days. Um, I didn't get accepted for that one because they're trying to like make sure that they cycle the people that do it, and it's actually kind of a good thing because it's the exact same 2 days as Cascadia JS here in Seattle. You were at an API conference, and you were like, what the hell is it? What is everyone trying to sell you? Obviously, they're hosted services for all sorts of stuff. Oh yeah, Squiggle's awesome. I really do wish that it didn't overlap with Cascadia. I would have taken them up on the free ticket and just flown out there just to hang out. Like, yeah, it's a good crowd. It's a really good event. And I think they're at the aquarium again this year too. So it's a good like area. But yeah, how did the borderline vibe coding go? Like, and hold on. Yeah, so the next Notes app, Hubble, I like how you kept with a space reference at least. You can take the Ben Holmes out of Astro, but you can't take the Astro out of Ben Holmes. But yeah, so wait, hold on. React Tailwind Prose Mirror, okay. Code that took you weeks to figure out, done in hours. Okay, nice. Um, so this is just a web app then, right? It's not like bundled into something like Tori or Electron. And maybe that's like an eventual goal, right? You can do the Slack thing where you got the web app and then the desktop app, and it's actually all the same code besides a little bit. But yeah, dude, I don't know. It's good to see you. I'm not too stressed about getting my own stuff done at the moment. I'm just stoked to chat. If you got to get going though, feel free, cut me off, and we can chat again at any point. Yeah, I was stoked to see you do some content about like what was it, SQ Local, or at least like SQLite in the browser. Yeah, that was awesome. I did a lightning talk at JS Nation last year for that too. It's one of the few things that I got to before you. But no, man, you definitely covered it better. Okay, so it is a Tory app. Perfect. Okay. So Apple Notes with LLM powered search. Yep. Ask about your notes, get citations, save chats to a new note. Very cool. Okay, so you're like going head first on the LLM stuff. Okay. Groundwork is building an editor in the first place. Right. And I actually saw some of your social posts about building a markdown editor. Is this that same learning, basically? Like, is this just pivoting that same thing, or is this the exact same thing? I think that was you building the markdown editor, right? Apologies if I mixed it up. But yeah, Prose Mirror. Interesting. Now it's rich text that stores to Markdown. Okay. Yeah, I've always been a fan of Quill, but for different constraints. Like I would say Prose Mirror is probably like a really good idea. I've typically gone for Quill, especially when it's maybe content that's going to be done somewhere else, but you need to bring it in to like a web app or whatever, right? So the use case I had where I like pushed really heavily for Quill was the company I was at the time, Symmetra. It was like a Swift term inside of Symmetra. That company uses a third-party Umbraco instance, right? But they have like a third-party set of contractors maintaining that and building it out and customizing it. I actually like basically forced them to do Quill for the rich text editing. I know, yeah, please, never again. But I forced them to use Quill for their like rich text editing so that I could bring that content into our Scully, like Next.js, or not Next, sorry, Angular, like static site generator, Scully, without having to do like dangerously set inner HTML, or I forget the Angular equivalent, right? If I could just get the nodes split out into like, you know, JSON objects and then use Quill, like their client version of it, to render that stuff, it meant that I didn't have the same like possible XSS issues. And I really liked that. It was a nice process. For the most part, like because I was like the front end lead, I was able to dictate these things. Like, no, I'm not bringing in raw HTML. You can't make me, you know? So then, yeah, I made them implement Quill. But yeah, yeah. I've heard really good things about Prosemirror. Yeah, preventing XSS is nice. Yeah. And I think that's kind of what you're doing anyway, right? Like if you're going to Markdown, the Markdown doesn't really have much of an XSS problem unless you're doing like the loose version of Markdown, right? Which does allow HTML. You know, if we're thinking like GitHub flavored Markdown and some of the Markdown I've done for like slides via SlideDev, right? You can do any HTML you want with those. But yeah, if you're doing just pure raw Markdown. Okay, so a limited subset of HTML minus styles and scripts. Okay, perfect. Well, there you go. Yeah, you've thought about it. Hell yeah. You'll probably end up needing tables and video. Yeah, that makes sense. I think video is funny. Like, why doesn't GitHub allow video in READMEs? Like, I can understand if it's like, oh, they don't want to have like the bandwidth and whatever consumed, and it's like a bunch of junk that way. But they allow GIFs, and GIFs are way worse than a video as far as like storage and all that stuff. Like, if you want to have anything like visually animated on a GitHub README, you got to do a GIF that's going to be easily 2 to 3 times the size of the video that you would have done instead. And possibly even bigger, depending on frame rate. It's just a weird thing. Like, I understand it's not a priority for them, but man, just let me embed a video. You think GIFs are still limited, videos escalate quickly? Not really, right? Like, with Git, they're going to have like the 100 megabyte file limit per file. Right? With GitHub specifically. You could easily have a 100 megabyte GIF that would have been a 10 to 20 megabyte video, No matter what, they're just enforcing file size constraints instead. As of when, Exilius? Last time I tried, they didn't. And yeah, no worries. Yeah, we should definitely meet. Yeah, for sure. We should meet in NYC. I will definitely think about that and remember. And even if you don't make it to the conference, you could usually just kind of walk into the party. Just throwing that out there. Same with the speaker dinner. But yeah, have a good night. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, READMEs are really low on their list. I get that. Exilius. Yeah, I'd be really curious about the heck. Maybe you can embed a YouTube video? But as far as like the video element, I feel like I've tried to make a video element work and it just didn't work. But yeah, I'd love to be proven wrong on this. That would be amazing. I'd really appreciate being proven wrong. It opens up so many possibilities. And yeah, how's everyone else doing from the raid? Anything fun going on? Any cool stuff? We're currently working on my product, Messijo. If you've watched IT Crowd, you might catch that reference. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. I should have given you link privileges immediately. 1 second, Exilius. And I like your name. That's a fun one. But, so I can still read it. According to YouTube video, you just drop video into the edit window of the README. Well, that's what I'm getting at. No, and yeah, it's fine. It still saw it as a link. What I'm getting at is, what if you don't want to publish it to YouTube? You know? Like, you shouldn't have to publish it to YouTube. There's nothing that would prevent you from doing a 100 megabyte GIF. Why not let me do a 10 megabyte video instead? Right? Just via the straight up video tag. Drop the video file onto the edit window. So what I'm getting at is that is different. What I'm talking about is like directly just editing the README, right? So if I were to go, I don't even have a README. Oh, there it is, right? If I were to go into the README here, I could do image source equals some giant GIF dot GIF, right? You know, ignoring the bad spaces and all that. But I couldn't do video Yeah, I want it to be something that I can do this way, right? And like, whatever, right? And maybe that's the issue, right? They won't let you do it from the repo. So then instead it's got to come from like user images, etc. Yeah, exactly, Chozilla. Like, it's not part of your repos source. Like when you do the drag and drop thing. Right? It's actually then just GitHub user content rather than within the repos, you know, documentation or whatever. I feel like that's a bit of a miss. Like if this was just simply /my video, right? Like, you know, why not? Why not let me just do that? Yeah, like you could actually cross-link some shit. Like it could be gnarly, you know? I think that's weird. But I would love to be able to just have the video live in the repo and then use my own tooling to like update it, right? Because like what if you wanted to automate generating that video? There's no way that GitHub would support that. But that's like a major use case. Like let me just spin up Playwright, record the screen to a video, and have that as like the demo of the thing I'm doing. And then I don't have to make it myself. I don't have to go and drag and drop it into the editor. It's just, boom, it's there. I think there's a bunch of use cases there that are kind of a problem. Ooh, Chozilla. Yeah, that's actually tricky too. That's very interesting. I didn't even think about that. Like there's almost some kind of like phishing concern at that point, you know? Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. I'm trying to think of like how to exploit it. But yeah, I think you're onto something there, Chozilla. That's a good call. Very interesting. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Anyway, so for all the people joining in from the raid, I'm doing some Astro stuff. What I'm trying to do is make this dynamically pick between the yearly and the monthly like rate that we show here, right? Typical like pricing page BS. One instinct was to maybe just use pure CSS to do it, but it would require everything that needs to be toggled and the checkbox that would be toggled under the hood for that CSS to work. They'd all have to be like siblings within the same like hierarchy of the HTML document. So instead, we're pivoting and we're just going to do, this is like the standard content, and then after client load, we replace all of these pricing tiers, and we then load in this thing, and then it becomes dynamic. So we've got the toggle as a client load now. Oh, and yeah, Exilius, I mean, yeah, your comment there wasn't off color. Like, that's fine. Must not be a sibling, can also be another child? There are definitely some major constraints with the checkbox hack. You could use nested, like they have to be siblings, but maybe nested. Can also be another child, though? I'm curious about that. Okay. Yeah, has might be the move. I always forget about has. I'm thinking purely about the sibling selector of like the original checkbox hack. But you're right, has might be the move. I always forget about has. Can I use? Is it baseline? Yeah. No, has looks great. Okay. That's a good point. Yeah, no, has would totally work. That's a good call. Yeah. But there are other constraints that make it less viable as well. So if I wanted to do it the pure CSS way, I would have had to make this be all CSS driven instead of state driven. And I would also then have to make it like tabbable in a way that it's like, technically it would be like the label. This would be a label of the underlying hidden checkbox. And then we get into like some weirdness, right? Like, how do I make sure that the thing is tabbable at that point? I think I could do tab index type stuff, right? But it's just, you're starting to like hack on the accessibility of tabbing to it. Maybe, like, I'm not even able to tab to this. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong key. Oops. But yeah, like, maintaining tabability is another major concern there. Whereas if we just keep it the raw switch, then we're good to go. I'd rather have it just be client only, or client load. Exactly. Yeah, the more you do like the checkbox hack, the more you're getting out of like what you're actually capable of doing right, you know? So yeah, exactly, Chozilla. And thank you. If you got to get some sleep, I appreciate it. And good call on reminding me about has. But I think still, just to maintain good tabability and accessibility, we should probably just do client only or client load. And then we can do just the regular stuff. But yeah, just explaining where we're at with the dilemma of how I do it and all this stuff. So then, Kevin Naughton, how'd my talk go? There's not a recording of it. There will be a recording of it at Cascadia.js. You should be able to check, if you want to check the VOD from Tuesday, you could see my practice run if you're curious about that. But yeah, I actually ended up opting myself in to being the person that records the lightning stage at Cascadia.js. So I'm going to have to bring some camera stuff, set up there, record it. So theoretically, there will be recordings. Yeah, no worries, Kevin. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you. And yeah, what's up, Celestial? How you doing? Wait, what about reporters? You'll be productive tomorrow? Yeah, no worries, Showzilla. Have a good night, man. Thank you for chilling. You heard there will be reporters? No, I think maybe you misheard me. I'm going to record the lightning stage. When I went to a really cool event on Thursday, too, where I got to talk with one of the original and like the core main dudes at Blue Sky, which was awesome. He's like the front end guy. He built the entire, like, the mobile app, the web app, all of that. That's just some React Native, actually. It's crazy that like Blue Sky is like kind of the premier open source React Native app at this point, which is kind of crazy, especially like the premier like Expo app at this point. So I got to like chat and chill with them, and that was super cool. I got to talk with the founder of Expo as well, and that was super cool. Like, man, yeah, it's just I really love some of these events. Lightspeed, as far as I know, yes. It may have changed recently, but at least at the time, he was the guy that had to build the entire front end. It may have gotten better, and they are hiring right now. So, hold on. Let me shout this out. bsky.social. Company, hold on, maybe it's careers at the bottom. Jobs, that's it. Dude, yeah, it's a really solid app. So yeah, these are the roles that they have available at the moment. So feed algorithmics engineer, senior software engineer, machine learning platform, data scientist, DevRel. I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm considering it. I really like the company I'm at right now. But this would be really fucking cool. It would, like, I'd definitely, come on. Give me the top of the range. It'd be a slight boost in salary. Not much. I am looking at it. I'm considering it. I really like the company I'm at right now, though. So I would basically require, like, well, if I do go through with applying and get hired, they got to give me time to, like, help the current company transition. Because I don't want to leave them in the lurch. I don't want to do anything, like, it's about being a dude. You got to be a dude. Right? If the entire world is 6 degrees of separation between you and Kevin Bacon, the equivalent of, like, the tech version of Kevin Bacon, you're only like 3, maybe 4 degrees separated from that person. Like, it is a very small world here in tech. Don't be a dick. Yeah, no, I really like GitKraken. I think they're stoked too. I feel like I deliver a lot of value. Like, I think the value that they expected me to deliver was just content. But at this point, I'm giving, like, a lot of good, like, product feedback in a way that I don't think they were expecting. Like, I'm helping build out a bunch of, like, stuff for them. Like, I actually did our entire, like, auto completion for our CLI tool, and there's more I got to do because they added more commands that don't have any auto completion. Like, yeah, I have a lot of faith in GitKraken as a product. They're awesome. I don't want to do anything that does harm. So even if I end up going to another company, I would require giving GitKraken enough time to make it a smooth transition. It's just not worth burning bridges like that, especially with people you like. But all right, let me pour some lime into this. And what am I drinking? It's whiskey, right? So some Four Roses whiskey. And yeah, hold on, Kevin. You're going to be back in NYC at, like, the end of November as well, right? Limes are delicious. So yeah, I'll make sure I hit you up too. Because I think I'm, like, right around that point. Yeah. I think, unless it falls through, I think I'm emceeing JS Nation this year. Like, with other people. It'll be my first, like, big proper emceeing. Technically, I emceed GitCon for, like, GitKraken last year. All that involved was, like, me and our social media person, like, just doing, like, the interstitials between talks kind of thing. They mentioned that I'm going to have to do that same kind of thing too, which is going to be cool. So yeah, I don't know, like, I'm just stoked. Shit's cool. And even if it falls through, I don't mind. The fact that they even considered me. that sounds great. So yeah, it does mean that the day before the event, I can't party nearly as much as I would like to. I'm gonna have to actually wake up early enough to do some shit. I'm one of those people that typically only catches the last half of any meetup, or not meetup, conference. I'm not waking up at 9 a.m. for some conference. No. Especially with time zone differences. Nah. So yeah, I'm gonna have to like not party the night before the event, which is fine. There's always other nights for partying. Let me get more music going though. Oh, duh. let me just mention that. Duh. Now, during the event, no, got to make sure if I'm going to be up on stage on a regular basis throughout the day, I'll just wait to drink the whiskey till after. Oh, I probably could. That's fine. But I wouldn't. Like, I don't need to. Maybe like one drink would be nice just to take the edge off, but not necessary. It's fine. And edible. That would be probably one of the worst ideas. No, thank you. Oh, and Proton, are you out there still? Do you have like a link you want to share with us? We could check it out. And yeah, here's the thing. Like, I don't have 3 years myself as a DevRel, dev advocate, whatever. So I might not even be a fit for this role. I really like Blue Sky and the platform and all that. So if I'm not a good fit now, maybe I am in the future. But yeah, I think it'd be cool. No, and like these are always just these are guidelines. You guys know that, right? If someone's asking for 20 years of Rust experience, apply anyway, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know? Yeah, I think it's similar technical community, whatever, right? Yeah, no, I agree. I think it fits. Here's the thing, though. Just because you feel like you're a shoo-in doesn't mean you're actually a shoo-in. And I'm okay with that. I'd be more okay with this than the, another thing that didn't work out. No, and like I already talked with the dude. Like I met him on Thursday. Oh yeah, and Bob, I've been giving talks at meetups since 2016, But just in case, anyone out there, data scientist, senior software engineer, machine learning platform, feed algorithmics engineer. I don't know what some of these even are, but Blue Sky's hiring. You should definitely check it out. It's not like the highest salaries, but it's not unreasonable. Right? This isn't some senior role. Like, no, that's a reasonable rate. Like, yeah. This is basically going to be like a Python PyTorch role. So anyone out there? Yeah, this is basically like a machine learning role. This other one is probably very similar, but maybe pay is better. Oh, interesting. This one pays less than the feed algorithmics role? That seems out of place. Especially for what they're asking for. But only 3+ years. So their definition of senior is a little fuzzy. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, that's pretty low. Now, keep in mind, this is senior software engineer for the machine learning platform. This is not an ML engineer, right? This is more of an ML engineer. And at that point, it's probably fine. And technically, you know, maybe equity. I typically value all equity at 0. Depends on the company, of course, but you know. Like, I want the equity as part of like extra compensation, but your assumption should be your equity is worth nothing. So then make sure you get a salary that covers that. I don't know. I'm not sure, Celestial. The big thing is, like, would you be able to overlap working hours with Pacific time zone? I think that would be your biggest, ooh, that's not going to work type thing. Like, you'd have to change up your entire sleep cycle if you're in Eastern Europe. You know? Here's the thing, man. I'll give you the link. I'm not saying, like, I don't know. I have no idea. But if you think Blue Sky is cool, give it a shot. Worst they can say is no. There you go, Bob. Yeah. Like, startups don't pay bonuses, so equity is filling that void. Well, I mean, how good's your jump shot? I'm actually like joking about the NBA thing. That's fine. I get it, Celestial. It's a basketball term. Like, how good can you shoot? It was a joke. It's fine. Yeah. All right. So you may not qualify. Wait, what? What does the one eye thing mean? I don't know why that reminded me of maybe a joke that's not necessarily that okay. Two guys are talking at a bar. One of them has a wooden eye, and the other has a cleft palate. The guy with the wooden eye asks, "Hey, what do you think? How'd you like to make $1,000,000?" And the other guy goes, "Would I? Would I?" And the guy with the wooden eye goes, "Hair lip, hair lip." It's an old school joke. It's probably not appropriate. Because, yeah, these are two things that people couldn't control. Like, it's not fair to joke about. But it is one of those just like, boomer humor kind of jokes. For some reason, when you said that, though, it popped into my head. Should I have said it out loud? Probably not. That's my bad. But yeah, just in case, data scientist. I don't know. That's definitely going to be a bunch of Python, probably, right? Any of these roles, they're hiring. They're hiring. I'm actually super surprised that their DevRel role is actually like maxing out at that much. 175 is incredibly reasonable. I would have expected like startup style DevRel, where it's like, we can pay you 120K max. At which point I wouldn't even consider it. Like, I live in Redmond. I got bills to pay. No, developer relations is a customer-focused role. Not internal teams, but customer-focused. So as a developer relations person, I would be on the hook for building documentation, building SDKs, helping other teams learn and understand how to use the SDKs in their products and all that stuff. It's a very much like customer-focused role, right? But it's only for companies where their customer is developers, right? Or their customers are developers. That's probably the right way to phrase that. The thing with Blue Sky is, right? Blue Sky itself, it is what it is. But the ATProto, right? The AT protocol is bigger than just Blue Sky. So, for all intents and purposes, this role wouldn't be about promoting Blue Sky and building apps on Blue Sky. It would be about promoting ATProto and getting people to build on top of AT protocol, which I'm already, I'm incentivized to do in a small way anyway, just because of Messijo. If I could get lobsters to publish to ATProto, it makes my job to consume it so much easier. If I get Hacker News to do it, it makes my job to consume it so much easier. Would I ever be able to convince Reddit to do so? Probably not. So I'm still going to have to do the RSS feed bullshit for Reddit. Jobs about inter-team relations. What you're describing there is basically what staff and principal engineers do. Staff and principal engineers, their role is to go between teams, right? To help teams figure out what are common problems they have that they could solve. When you're talking about like the relationships between the teams, no, that's HR's job. That's maybe a manager's job. But if you're talking about how do I figure out the common problems all of these teams are having and how do we solve it from a higher level so that everybody benefits? Well, then that's like a staff or principal engineer's job. So as far as like the progression of software developer goes, you go from junior to mid-level to senior, and then maybe team lead, not necessarily tech lead, that's a different thing, but team lead. And then the moment you've done team lead, you have a fork in the road where you go either management and you become an engineering manager, or you go staff and principal engineer. That is like where these things start to diverge. And yes, staff and principal engineers are not tied typically to a single team. They're there to solve problems at the organizational level. Whereas at senior, you're still like embedded within a team. Does that make sense? But at the staff or principal level, yeah, it's not necessarily like making these two teams work better together. It's about figuring out what problems they have in common and solving both problems at the same time with one solution. That's my current understanding of it. If you're really interested in what staff engineering is, I think it's like staffeng.com. There's a whole bunch of articles here about how you can like progress to that level, right? At most technology companies, you'll reach senior software engineer, the career level, in 5 to 8 years. At that point, your path branches, and you either do engineering management or you become staff, right? So, yeah, I didn't realize I was saying exactly what they say in here, but there's all these articles and stories and things that you can learn from, and there's even a book that you could read if you really do want to get to that point. I would say, though, Celestial, if you're not a dev yet, it's not necessarily something you need to think about yet. Concentrate on getting that first dev job first. Think about this stuff later. But if you're a senior dev right now, anyone out there, it's worth understanding the difference between how you progress your career. Do you go to management or do you go staff? I do need to use the restroom in a sec. Let me double check and make sure I'm not missing any comments from anyone else. And then hold on. So you're part of an open source project, and there's definitely some tensions inside the team. Hence asking about that. Yeah, that one's tough. If you can solve that in a really good way and you have that as an explanation, like, I don't know, man. If you can leverage that experience in a good way, you can really fast track yourself to becoming staff. But you still need to like get involved at an organization, at like a company, and get paid as at least just a regular old software dev. Then become senior, and then eventually go staff. All right, let me go pee. BRB. I gotta pee, man. I gotta pee, man. I'm a peeing. I'm back. I'm back. But yeah, no worries. We're gonna get work done. It will happen on our own time. I don't want to stress about getting work done because this is my stream. I do what I want. We get enough code done that I feel zero stress about being compelled to get work done. But we do have some stuff we got to keep doing, right? We got some client-only stuff, right? We want this toggle to toggle the pricing for yearly and monthly, but we want to do it in a way that doesn't break static rendering. So that's where we're at, and we're going to keep working on it. Anyone got any fun plans this weekend or anything cool they're doing? I do need to check this real quick. All right, so you want to dive into WireGuard and make your LAN accessible from the outside. Okay. Hold on, let me squeeze this lime. And yeah, like WireGuard seems interesting, and I'm not gonna try and dissuade you, but you could probably do something similar. And oh, anyone remember what Jay Phils mentioned yesterday? Tailscale. Tailscale's that, and then there was another one that he mentioned. Headscale, right? So you could like locally host Headscale. And then I thought there was another that I forgot the name of. Tailscale versus, I know WireGuard, okay. TwinGate was the other one someone mentioned. So, you know, TwinGate, Tailscale, or just your own WireGuard. I'm pretty sure Tailscale is basically productized WireGuard. So, up to you. Just throwing out that there are things out there. And then, yeah, Headscale might be what you're looking for, because then you can, like, just host it locally. Something to consider. I get that. The thing about a good abstraction is you shouldn't have to care or think about it, right? It just makes it easier. So, I don't know, man. Up to you. Do whatever you want. All right, let me close some stuff down and let's keep actually hacking on this. We can close that. We can close that. We can close that. I probably do need to like message this person. They're on Twitter? Are they still on Twitter? They are. Cool. I'll do this part later. Oh, didn't mean to dox that. But yeah, I'm gonna pop open their chat so I don't forget about it. Throw it over here. Ooh, and I do need to reach out to Robotic Head. Is he trying to game tonight? I wonder if he's out there right now. Watching, judging. Nope, not at the moment. Alrighty. And yeah, Chozilla! Thank you for that follow 35 minutes ago. Appreciate you. Should have shouted out when you did it. Alright, let me get just a few more of these chips in my belly. They're super good. Like, dude. Super good, man. I was apprehensive at first. Super good. It's not gonna be healthy, but I might eat that entire bag. Hold on, let me do this. And then what's today's date? Uh, Okay, anyway, sorry. Cascadesy. You're playing with moving to the SeaTech area. Are you delusional to think you can get your first dev job there? I would say no, you're not delusional in thinking so, but try an interview before you even do so and see if they offer a relocation bonus. Like, seriously, like, just remotely interview and say that you're planning on moving to the area and you could work in the office if whatever. If you're trying to get your first dev job, you should probably go into the office anyway. You wouldn't move without an offer. Perfect. I would say make sure that they know that and apply for jobs like that. So, yes, I don't think you're crazy in thinking so. It's going to take some work. It's going to take some effort. But, yeah, I think totally doable. Right? Like, okay, okay. Sorry, just saw something. Yeah, like if you have that mentality, SeaTac's great, but you should even consider San Fran, etc. I don't think rent is actually that much different between Seattle and San Fran. Like I pay $3,000 a month in Redmond. So consider San Fran too if you're willing to relocate. There's a lot of opportunity there for you. What type of dev are you trying to get into, and what do you have experience with? If you're willing to learn, like PHP or Java, you can massively increase the amount of roles that you have available to you. Especially if you put in enough work to be proficient with either one. Yeah, so Mern's going to be tough. There are really not that many like Node.js backend jobs. If you're willing to put in the effort to learn Spring Boot and some of that Java BS, dude, the amount of jobs available to you massively increases, and they're not nearly as like fought over. Your knowledge of doing Mernstack stuff is absolutely helpful. Just because like learning one language makes it easier to learn another. But yes, being willing to learn PHP or Java will massively open up the amount of like first time job, like first dev jobs available to you. And then you can pivot later, you know? You can totally pivot later. Too many people listen to the wrong influencers about this shit. Right? Just because like the Primogen is getting into Elixir doesn't mean that there are actual Elixir jobs out there. There are so few Elixir jobs that, no, I wouldn't recommend anybody make Elixir their main driver. It's a fantastic language, but there are just not enough jobs for it. Really think about the whole supply and demand thing. and find a job where the demand exists to at least get your first one. Because there's more to dev than just the language that you're working with. There's understanding the agile process. There's working on a team. There's like all of that bullshit. You got to get experience with that before you can actually pick and choose based upon like the language you want to work with. Yeah, no worries. Does look like Robotic Head wants to game tonight. All right, there we go. But yeah, looks like Robotic Head does want a game tonight. So I do want to play some games with him. I should probably make sure I don't drink too much whiskey. It's a Saturday, so come on, it's fine. The whiskey is Four Roses. It's actually my go-to whiskey at this point in almost any context. It's super cheap compared to like other good whiskeys. But as far as whiskey goes, it's a good one, you know? Yep. Yeah, they have it at Just the Tap. They have it at most bars in Seattle, and it's a reasonable price compared to most of them. You know you're at a really good bar when their well whiskey is Four Roses. That's a little more rare, but it does happen. It does happen. 1792 single barrel. That's tequila, though, isn't it? No. No. You're right. 1792 is whiskey. No, my bad. What am I thinking of? $1,800 tequila is what I was thinking of. Yep. Okay. And it's gross. This is terrible tequila. I don't like it. Wouldn't recommend it. Maybe the silver is better than the gold. 1942 is a different thing. That's a very different thing. Are you saying there's a 1942 bourbon? You hate tequila, but your only reference is cheap tequila? Okay. As far as tequila goes, there are definitely some sipping tequilas, but you're probably better off finding like a mezcal to sip on. In my opinion, tequila is best in a margarita. And I bet you would love a margarita. I bet you'd be really into a margarita. Oh, yeah. Exactly. But yeah, like, I would say give a mezcal a shot. Basically, a good mezcal It's like a smoky tequila in the same way that like a good scotch is like a smoky whiskey, you know? So if you like that smokiness, yeah, give a mezcal a try. You're an espresso martini kind of person. Okay. Espresso martini. Okay, makes sense. Vodka Red Bull, but make it look classy, sure. You ever do the like the White Russian or any of that stuff? I kind of like a good White Russian. It's tough when they do it like a little too heavy, like on the cream and like the mixers instead of like a proper like get you going White Russian with like plenty of vodka in it. Yeah, I don't know. I've done White Russians from time to time back in the day. I haven't had any vodka at all in like 10 years. I don't drink it. Not that I'm against it. Bailey's in your coffee. Yep, that works. Irish coffee, that's just Irish whiskey in a coffee, right? Yeah, that sounds good. Closest thing to poison while still being drinkable? I mean, that's just alcohol in general. Irish coffee is not rum. No, no, Irish coffee is whiskey. Yeah, Irish coffee is definitely whiskey. I'm sure there's some name for it when you mix, rum into coffee, but it's not an Irish coffee. And to each their own. Like, if you enjoy it, drink it. I don't give a shit. Doesn't affect me. But yeah, Irish coffee is definitely whiskey. Like, it's the Irish part, right? Rum, I'd be willing to bet there's not a single rum distillery in Ireland. There probably is one, but it's been put there in the past like 100 years max. Live view is huge. I don't believe in live view though. I think live view is a really bad pattern, and I will never build an application with that pattern. I want my REST API to be its own silo, and it just spits out data. And then I can build any front end or consumer of that data however I want. You will absolutely never see me write live view code. I don't believe in it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't remember what the name of that is, but I fundamentally believe in the idea of a canonical REST API. And then in the future, I may want to do something like a backend for front end approach to consume that REST API. But no, I do not want my REST API spending any cycles rendering templates. Gross. The edge case to that is email templates. That's the only way I'm willing to like concede that point of view. Live view is an Elixir based thing where you can have Elixir control the template and wire up reactivity to that template via a WebSocket. And it's all like Elixir driven. So if you're familiar with Livewire from PHP, same thing. If you're familiar with Hotwire from Ruby on Rails, same thing. I am fundamentally opposed to all of that shit. But if you like it, keep using it. I don't care. But I think it's a bad pattern. Because the more you build live view-wise, the less you're building REST API-wise. And that just means it's way more effort later to do a separate surface that consumes these things. Internal tools, mobile apps, etc. Right? I want a canonical REST API I can grab all this shit from and build out as many apps as I want. Yeah, I don't know what any of that shit is. Yeah, no idea there, Array of Hope. No clue. I'm guessing Vue is part of the Vilt stack or whatever. And yeah, that's fine, but like, separate the concerns. Laravel shouldn't give a shit about the Vue part. All Laravel is doing is spitting out JSON. How you consume that JSON is up to you at that point. If you want to rewrite from Vue to React, Laravel shouldn't give a shit. You know? Elixir shouldn't give a shit. None of that shit should mix. It's an intermingling that doesn't make any sense to me. Because with the API, you're going to have to spin up a persistent server of some kind anyway. But why would you waste any cycles rendering templates when you can just let the client do that with the CDN? Or you can pre-render that shit with some static site stuff. Yeah, agreed, Kenny. Right? Laravel, PHP, like any of this shit. Just make it the REST API and let it just solve that problem for you. And then you're just dealing with the integration layer of JSON between any front end you want. And I will die on this hill. I will not write any code that mixes the concerns of these things. Opinions on when GraphQL could be preferable? GraphQL solves a problem of needing to scale in a way that very few applications will ever need to. So the way I would consider it is you still build your canonical REST API. And then maybe you build a backend for front end, and then the front end for that backend for front end that does the GraphQL thing. So your front end and that backend for front end are GraphQLing together. And then the GraphQL on the server there is maybe just aggregating the REST API that's already like separated and good to go. At that point, yeah, dude, you've got a really, really nice application architecture. Because your front end only gets the data it cares about over the wire, right? The amount of requests is massively reduced for the client, the user. But you've still got this like rigid, structured REST API that populates the GraphQL. And that's exactly, almost 100% exactly how Netflix does their backend for front end approach. So backend for front end is maybe something that you might want to think about, right? No. So what I'm getting at, Caltroid, is GraphQL is a really nice problem to have. If GraphQL solves problems that you have on your front end, that's a really nice problem to have. But you still don't need to like commingle that with your canonical REST API. Netflix is like the biggest fucking hold on. Backend for front end architecture. They've got a whole bunch of stuff, right? Netflix blog. How Netflix scales its API with GraphQL. Sure. They still have the canonical REST API. And then they got GraphQL aggregating it. And I don't know. I haven't read this article. Maybe they are proving me wrong, but I doubt it. I actually really doubt it. right? Instead, it's about their services that may be canonical or microservices, but then you just have your API that is the GraphQL that resolves these things to wherever that data comes from. And sure, it says movie service, production service, talent service, other microservices. They may actually have one giant canonical main service too. But your GraphQL doesn't have to care, and your client absolutely doesn't have to care. So you can build this better experience into all of it, from your front-end dev's perspective, from your very small studio perspective in this case, right? There's a lot of value to just separating the concerns of an app versus the platform. And in my opinion, all the services that make up your platform, they can just continue to serve the data as they need, but to get them to change that service based upon something that you have as a client concern, it's never going to happen. You're not going to make them do that. So instead, you could build your own middle layer that consumes the canonical services, but still makes your front-end development nicer. And Twitch is a prime example of that. Twitch absolutely has individual services for all sorts of shit. But they're using GraphQL from the main front end. And one of the stories I remember hearing back when they did that initial pivot, part of the reason they pivoted from Ember, right? At least one of the reasons they pivoted from Ember was that React had better GraphQL client libraries, right? Apollo, etc. There's also the act of being able to hire. There's more devs that know React than Ember. So back when they did the pivot from Ember to React for the front end of Twitch, they were able to reduce the home page's 70-ish HTTP requests down to 2. Now, nowadays, with the amount of over-engineering and just the drift that happens, right? Good intentions versus practical application. Nowadays, it may be more HTTP requests to the API. But at least back when they did the pivot, they took 70 plus HTTP requests, shipping a whole bunch of data that they didn't need, and they turned it into 2 HTTP requests. That's massive. That's so valuable. But you only really benefit when you're dealing with a scale like that. If your home page or whatever page you're thinking about is only making maybe 10 REST API requests, the data over the wire, it probably doesn't matter as much to you compared to the effort of building out the GraphQL for it. Now again, this is all ad hoc. This is all specific to your use case. I don't know your use case. If GraphQL makes a lot of sense, then do it. But I still think GraphQL is best as an aggregator of other services, not being the canonical service. Did that answer your question? Just to add one more bit of context, I have chatted with too many people that did GraphQL. Oh, and hold on, we're in an ad. I'll wait. Okay, give me some time. Give me a sec. One second. We back? Ad should be done. Ad should be done. Okay, you're back. The biggest thing there is just simply, and shit, I might have lost my train of thought. No. What was I trying to say there? Oh, yes, I've talked to devs, thank you, Code Shutter, where they treated GraphQL as the canonical API. And they ran into major like CPU bottlenecks on that GraphQL server. And I don't understand why it didn't become an automatic thing for them. Like to just think like, well, why do I have to use it for everything? But they mentioned that basically like one request to the GraphQL was slowing everything down. At which point I just thought like, well, why not just go directly to a REST API or an RPC endpoint for that one thing? Just because you're using GraphQL doesn't mean you have to use it for everything. Right? Expose that one thing that involves hitting all these leaf nodes and whatever as just a single like REST API endpoint or RPC endpoint. And then problem solved. Right? Your GraphQL can continue to serve the majority of things and then just escape out of it and solve the problems as you need to. I think too many people don't realize that the more rigid you make your architecture, the more you're going to shoot yourself in the foot by trying to fit within those patterns. And that's why I think like the canonical REST API, while rigid, allows people to do the back-end for front-end thing and solve the problem as far as their application is concerned without even involving the back-end team. Consume it, whatever you want. Like, we got our caching, we got all sorts of stuff we can do. But don't ask me to make some random endpoint for your front end on my canonical REST API. No. That's a fucking problem. So yeah, thank you, Code Shutter. And then, yeah, reading separation and concerns makes total sense if you're running a large-scale app, have multiple front ends, or plan to expose a public API, but for your use case, that stuff works. You get modern reactivity without the overhead of managing two repos, cores, token auth, etc. If things grow to the point where a decoupled architecture makes sense, Laravel's API layer is solid enough to pivot into that. Yeah, and I can understand it's a nice problem to have. Like, that's a very good point. Whenever it comes down to conversations like these, think about how much effort it is to do it one way from the start versus the effort to pivot later. If it's the same amount of effort, well then yeah, just do it later. But if doing it right from the start saves you 2x the hours later, you should probably just do it right from the start. I mean, if you can process the images on the client, do that. Yeah, absolutely. You should almost always opt for doing it on the client and validating it properly on the back end. Just because, yeah, it's free compute at that point. Like, it's free real estate. If you could do it on the client, why wouldn't you do it on the client? Now, the answer to that is usually trust. So then you got to consider what do you trust and what don't you trust from the client. And that actually makes your decision more so than anything. If you can do it on the client, you should probably do it on the client and then figure out a reason why you shouldn't. I'm very much a client first developer. Right? If you do image optimization or image resizing or any of that shit on the client first, you should do it on the client first. Like, I don't know, right? Validate it, right? Don't just blindly accept it. But yeah, I'm all about free compute. Yeah, dude. Make the client machine do that shit. Oh, it sucks for mobile. Well, all right, look at your numbers. How often are people using it on mobile? Probably not a problem. Not enough to like sway how you build your architecture. I need to find a better way of squeezing these limes. No, Celestial. No, no, no. And that is where it can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. If it sucks on mobile, you'll never have mobile users anyway. So then, well, yeah, we don't have mobile users, so we shouldn't optimize for it. Right? Like, no, the situation sucks on mobile, so you'll never have mobile users. But if you make it mobilely accessible, you'd be really surprised how much usage you get. I've been in these conversations too many times. Well, we don't have mobile users. Yeah, because the current mobile experience fucking sucks. If you make it better, your mobile users will increase. But if you don't care about it, why would your client care about it? Why would your users care about it? And then at that point, yeah, you'll never have mobile users if you don't actually prioritize them in any way. Safari, yeah, I mean, the reason Safari is so neutered is because they don't want people escaping their walled garden. And I get that, Caltroid. I totally get it. At some point, the EU might save us from Apple, which would be really cool, wouldn't it? As much as cookie banners suck, it's a necessary evil to the EU conquering Apple. They're really good chips, dude. They're getting better and better. That might be the whiskey. Now, and Celestial, you know what I mean by cookie banner, right? You've seen them, right? It's like the cookie consent form that you'll see on any web page. Anyone got a good example of a site that massively harms your user experience because of that cookie consent form? The thing you click automatically. Yes, that. Exactly. Those things suck, but they are on every web page because of the EU. Now, technically, most websites make it a worse experience than it could be because they're dicks about it. God, yeah, like, anyone got a good example of a site that has one? Hopefully one that I haven't already allowed. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, no, that's just subscribe to unlock. No. Maybe I don't think I visited. I really don't think I did. But I don't live in the EU, so they're not legally required nearly as much. Here we go. Your privacy. Right? These things. Do not sell my shit, man. And then, oh, this is what we're up against. I'm not a Cali resident, though, so it didn't reveal shit. Now, if anything, if they're using my IP address, they would probably detect that I live in Everett, and I don't. Hmm. I mean, I say it out loud. I live in Redmond. I do have to drive into Seattle, but not the same way someone from Everett has to. Oh, Kenny, that's actually really interesting. In general, IP addresses are only valid within like 50 miles. Like, I'm within 50 miles of Everett. Sure. Here's something that I actually thought was funny. I was at this like ATProto thing. We went to the bar afterwards, like a core group. And when I mentioned that Coca-Cola does not ship liquid across the world, right? Like, the cost of shipping liquid Coca-Cola is insane, right? No, instead, they have bottling factories within 50 miles of every major city, at least here in the US. Like, you could look that up. It's a thing. But people asked me, right? They questioned it. And I was like, well, I could concede 100 miles. No, dude, it's easily within 50. Sir Elfman, you're actually not even realizing that a lot of those, like, Mexican Cokes are still bottled here in the US. Yeah, most of those Mexican Coca-Colas are still bottled at a local fucking bottling plant. It says product of Mexico. That doesn't mean where it was bottled. That's a very different thing. The bottle itself might be a product of Mexico. Right? Because they can bullshit you that way. Like, the bottle might have been made in Mexico, but they're bottling that shit here in the US. Because just think about how much extra fuel, how much extra, like, bullshit you got to spend to ship basically water. We can get water at the source. Why would you spend all of that extra fuel to ship what is essentially water? And the same thing goes for fucking Budweiser, right? Pretty much anything at a crazy scale, pretty much anything at a crazy scale involves making that shit as close to possible, as close to you as possible. Yep. Yeah. Same thing for, like, shampoo and, like, yeah, any liquid goods. Why waste money shipping water when you can just add the water closer to the source? The logistics of it just don't make sense. But when I told this to some very, very, very smart software engineers, they doubted it. And that was just weird to me. Like, really? Huh. Like, one person brought up, like, yeah, like, shipping beer, you know? Like, yeah, that's why IPAs were invented. And it's like, dude, it's not even that. It's not even about IPA versus whatever. Like, we can ship stuff quick enough that we're not worrying about how quickly beer is going to go bad. It's about how much more beer can we ship on one airplane if we just don't include the water part of it and we combine the ingredients closer to the place where we're selling this shit. I'm willing to bet money there are Budweiser factories, or whatever you want to call them, in the UK right now, even though they don't sell that much fucking Budweiser. To ship the liquid weight of Budweiser to the UK would be fucking insane. There's no way that works out economically. There's no way in hell, dude. I'd be willing to bet any amount of money that there is a fucking Budweiser bottling plant or whatever in the UK somewhere. How does Apple get away with shipping your laptop? Because it's not liquid. Right? There's no way they could distill it down cheaper. And the weight is the weight. Like, just think about, like, when you are bottling something closer to where you're selling it, that is water that didn't get shipped. That's literally what I'm talking about, Larobi. Like, maybe you just got here, but that is exactly what I'm talking about. Coca-Cola is not shipping liquid Coca-Cola anywhere. They're maybe shipping the syrup, but not the water that they're mixing the syrup with. They actually brew Bud in the UK with British barley. That's even crazier. I would have thought that maybe they ship their own barley or something. But no, I guess not. Right? Their own barley and hops? All right. Yeah. Like, the syrup is, like, liquid, but it's as concentrated as they can get it without giving away the recipe, you know? And then they just simply say, well, here's the fucking syrup, mix it to this, like, ratio, and carbonate it, and boom. But you're not shipping all of that fucking water. Right? Think about how much of Coca-Cola is water versus syrup. It's got to be, like, 80% water, you know? Bare minimum. Fruit juice concentrates. Like, yeah, dude. Exactly, man. You guys actually have a Coke factory making it from the Coke recipe. That's interesting. I would have at least thought they're shipping the syrup, but yeah, once you start going international, that's a different thing. I would bet here in the US that syrup is probably still like what gets shipped from place to place, but maybe even not even that. Like, I don't know. Who here has ever worked fast food? Right? The fountain machines that you're dealing with. That's like almost the exact same thing. You're just plugging in the syrup and then making 100 times, maybe even more than that, of the volume of what it costs to ship the syrup. Right? Of the amount of syrup that you shipped. It's an easily 100x like thing to operate a soda fountain where you're only shipping the shit they got to mix with the water and the carbonation, you know? Oh, that's fine, Larobi. No worries. Yeah, no stress, dude. Thank you for watching over there. You use a Red Bull syrup container to catch rainwater. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, like, this is one of those things where it's like, dude, we're chatting about it. Some people are learning something for the first time about it, but some other people just knew, right? Anyone who's ever worked fast food or in a restaurant where you got a soda fountain, yeah, it just makes sense at that point, doesn't it? But the fact that, like, some of these, like, people way fucking smarter than me had never even heard this before. Like, we all have blind spots, but man, it's interesting. It's just really interesting to me that some of the people that I would consider way fucking smart than me had never even heard of this and didn't even understand the reasoning necessarily. And they even questioned, like, 50 miles. I was like, well, fine, make it 100. But no, 50 was actually right. 50 was like 100% right. There's like a dozen Coca-Cola bottling plants within like the Seattle like 50-mile radius. Maybe not exactly a dozen, but more than 5. But like, I'm letting these people know for the first time in their lives about how the logistics of shipping soda works. I don't know. It was really cool to me. Yeah, exactly. You found the bottling plant. Yeah, it's all on the internet. You can just Google it. You can type it into Google Maps and find all this shit. Just type in Coca-Cola bottling. Even if they're not doing bottles and they're doing cans, it's basically the same fucking thing. Yeah, dude. Because of the economics and the logistics of it. And this is something that, like, the average person would never fucking think about. But the more you think about it, the more it makes sense. Like, it's really cool. And we all have blind spots. Like, no one's expected to know everything. But I love this shit, man. I love understanding something about stuff you'd never think about without prompting. That's the best part of having some of these conversations. Just talking to random people and all that shit, dude. Like it's really cool. I just do think it's funny when someone's like incredulous about these things. Like, really? Have you never thought about that? Regarding paint. Ooh, paint's another one because you can have like a super concentrated version of the paint and then mix in another thing that like, you know, increases the volume, but it's actually how it should be used. Yeah. Ooh, and yeah. That's like, oh, dude, exactly, Sir Elfman. It gets crazy that way, dude. You might be a Coca-Cola bottler, but you're actually bottling Pepsi, like everything, you know? Because they all recognize they don't want to operate those plants themselves. They don't have the scale or the money to even do so, and it would be way too much like other shit like on their books. Like owning something as a business is actually a liability rather than an asset in a lot of cases. Owning property is a liability due to taxes, right? Property tax, etc., rather than an asset on your books. You can only realize the value of it accounting-wise the moment you sell the asset. Otherwise, it's a liability that costs you something. Yeah, a lot of this shit gets really crazy. I do really thank the one accounting class I took that I got out of after 2 or 3 weeks into it because I realized I didn't enjoy any of that shit. But in the amount of like time that I spent in that class, I learned more than the majority of people who've ever thought about accounting in any way, right? Like who've never thought about accounting, maybe. That's probably a better way to phrase it. Just knowing at least a little bit about accounting and how like assets and liabilities and depreciation and depreciation and all that, like not depreciation, sorry, depreciation and all that stuff works. Man, I may not have enjoyed it, but I did learn. I dropped that class, but in those 3 weeks, man, I learned a lot. I really actually appreciated that, but I realized I didn't want to deal with that shit anymore. I hated that class. But yeah, honestly, yeah. Will I finish what we started today? We got time. We can keep hacking on it. But also, we're enjoying a good Saturday. I'm gonna need another handful of chips first. As long as I don't finish this entire bag today, I'll feel good about it. No, I'm just getting hungry. I got gyoza I need to cook. I bought 2 bags of gyoza. I got the pork and the chicken. What is gyoza? Gyoza is basically pot stickers. So gyoza is the Japanese term for what is basically a pot sticker in Chinese cuisine. A locally made Coca-Cola. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're supporting a local business by drinking Coca-Cola. No big deal. Caltroid. How much C++ do you know? If you give them a fucking pull request, you're well on your way. Other than that, nah, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, give them a PR or a whole bunch of money. Oh, interesting, Sir Elfman. WebKit is easier source to read than Firefox? I never would have guessed that. That's kind of blowing my mind a bit. I never would have guessed that. Chrome C++ code is very complex, but the WebKit devs do C++ really nice. That's interesting to me. I find that extra interesting because anyone remember GoToFail? All right, so back in, oh man, it's actually so long ago. Back in 2014, Apple pushed an update to iOS that broke SSL TLS. This is the actual code right here. Do you recognize that this probably doesn't seem right? Yeah, those two GoToFail lines in a row are a fucking problem. Because it means that they bail out before they do the final check of the hash. It was an accept both in the merge. Yeah, like, dude, totally. It's insane. You know what would have solved it? Not using bracketless ifs. They could have avoided all of this by not using bracketless ifs. C++ solves this without brackets? Really? I'd be so curious about that. Because if they had brackets, the formatting would have been different, right? And it would have been obvious because GoToFail here would have been indented differently due to auto formatting, right? Technically, auto formatting should have solved that anyway, actually. Oh, cleanup is done elsewhere. So yeah, like it's a go-to bug technically, right? Because this is like pure C instead of C++. But yeah, like it's a gnarly fucking bug, dude. It's a gnarly fucking bug. And back in 2014, I totally remember when Apple broke the internet for a day. So I'm a little lucky that I've been a dev long enough to remember these things firsthand. It's not an appeal to authority, right? That doesn't make me a better dev just because I've been dev for that long. But it does mean that I have more context for why I do things a certain way because I experienced some of this shit firsthand. That said, if you care about what you do and you're a good dev, you could reach the same conclusions without having to have been a dev for 10 plus years, right? It's not necessarily that I get this because I've been a dev that long. No. I lived through it, though, and there's a lot to be said for experiencing something. But just, I'm trying to find the nuance in the statement. But in general, don't listen to people when they say, listen to me because I've been a dev for X amount of time. You should actually doubt that person because they're making that appeal to authority. However, if they can say, I remember this exact thing, and they show you the reference for it, well, okay, that's someone worth maybe listening to. And yes, there's a bias here because I'm doing it this way. But still, like, the worst devs I've ever worked with were, just listen to me because I've been doing this longer. Fuck you, explain why. And if you can't, you're fucking wrong, dude. You just tried it in your C code, 0 warnings. Exactly, dude. Exactly, right? And how many like C code implementations have auto formatting that would have at least changed the indentation level of this, right? Very few. No, and it's fine. Like, dude, it's nothing against GoTo. It's nothing against C. It's nothing against any of that. Yeah, auto format at least made this indent differently, which should have been a big red flag. But if this person ran their merge and didn't accept both, and then it didn't get run through a formatter after that, well then yeah, this is how you get that. So instead, forcing formatting at the CI level, and if the code submitted doesn't match the auto-formatted version, well, yeah, the dev needs to format what they do before it can be merged, right? We have the technology to solve this problem, to identify this issue, but they just didn't back in 2014. Like, they had it, but they didn't do it. But that's the product of 10 years of learning that, yes, linting needs to be a breaking problem. Not just a warning. Failing a lint for formatting should be an error every time. And it would have caught this. Right? Every dev should be doing auto formatting locally. If you pass that same code through the same exact formatter in CI/CD and you get a different result, any difference means, nope, the dev fucked up. Make them fix it. Yeah. I love these conversations. God. Y'all are too much fun to talk to. Let me do this. Let me go pour some more water. Let me use the restroom. I do need to get into gaming with Robotic Head here soon. And hey, speak of the devil, Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing, Robotic Head? I'm taking my sweet time. Are you still cleaning up, or are you done cleaning? Are you saying I should wrap this shit up? Oh, I'm a collector there, Maldita. I'm a collector of tabs. This ain't nothing. This ain't nothing. You sweet summer child. I've had easily twice the amount of tabs. Right? We can read part of the title. We're not even blowing it yet. Dude. When it's only icons, then maybe you got a problem. Even then, nah. Do what you want. So you're looking at veggies now for spring summer planting. Oh, cool. Yeah, so the more the better, right, Maldita? Duh. Right? The more tabs, the better the mental health. It's a one-to-one comparison, right? Based upon your equation right there. Game, set, match. You probably needed a better equation if you wanted to talk some shit. Nah, man. RAM follows the same rules as muscles. If you don't use them, you lose them. And if you only see the icons, get a bigger monitor. Bam. Science. That easy. All right, so real quick, though, let me go pee. Let me go pour some more water. I'll turn on the fryer so I can at least, like, have some gyoza going here whenever we decide to wrap up. So let me go do that there, Robotic Head. I'll turn on the fryer so I can do my gyoza. But I do need to pour some more water, too, so I'll be right back. Hold on. Album. We got at least one more song, so we're good. Oh, shit. Gross. That's fine. Alrighty. Alright. Could have been worse. Is there ungoogled Chrome for Mac? What you're talking about is Chromium. No, I'm not using Chromium. I'm not worried about the Google part. Google has all my info already. Like, dude. Nah, man. There's nothing Google doesn't already know about me. I'm not worried about it. There you go, Maldita. Maybe. Sure. Sure, check it out. I mean, Firefox used to be really cool. I still like to support them. I use them when I can. All right, so I need to cut my limes a different way. Because I definitely want to be able to squeeze them into the beverage. Yeah, limey fingers. Which means a totally different thing in the UK. But yeah, I need to do wedges instead of like the slices, like the half slices that I'm doing. I need to do a proper wedge. UK is a different thing. Are you okay? No, I'm not Oklahoma. Or the rain something down the plane or whatever? Yeah, no, not Oklahoma. 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 Anyone here ever seen Canadian Bacon? We got someone named Canadian Bacon. I hope they've seen the film. You remember the bit where they start trying to sing the song from Oklahoma and the only part they know is Oklahoma. Oklahoma. It's really good. It's really good. All right, let's get another album going, but which one now? We'll do Synthwave Belongs to the Museum again. Oh, Oklahoma. God damn it. I'm doing another handful of chips. I'm hooked. Dude, these are good. They really grow on you. There might be some mind control device, because now I just really want to watch Messi play some soccer. Or technically, hold on, if you look at it from the side, I just really want to see Linus Tech Tips play some soccer. Yeah, seriously, Synthwave. I'm not even kidding. If you just if you catch Messi out of the corner of your eye, wait, what is Linus Tech Tips doing here? Oh, I see. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's so close. From straight on, maybe, maybe not. From the side, though? Oh, hey, that's Linus. Hey, what up, Linus? I'm not pouring it into my mouth yet from the bag. We're like 10 minutes away from that. How many calories is it if I eat this whole bag? 8 times 160. It's only like 1,000 calories if I eat the whole thing. It's no big deal. It's only like 1,000 something calories. That's no big deal. I might be rationalizing eating the whole bag at this moment. I'd be okay with 1,200 calories of potato. Ooh, so I do fried chicken at home. I don't typically need to do that though. You know, actually, the secret to a good fried chicken? Half rice flour, half wheat flour. The rice flour crisps up in such a nice way, but you don't want to do 100% rice flour because it doesn't brown the same way that the wheat flour does. So you end up getting this really pale fried chicken from it. So instead, if you do a half and half, you get the crispiness and awesomeness of the rice flour with the coloring of the wheat flour.
I recommend doing the rice and wheat flour like half and half. It's really good. It's quite solid.
I believe that's how they do karage from like teriyaki places when they do their fried chicken. I believe they're doing a half and half as well. But I don't know if that's technically true, but the fact that it browns properly means that it's not, not full rice flour. Yeah, I do fried chicken at home. Absolutely. I do a really good fried chicken. I can do like beer battered fish and chips really well too. Like honestly, I got some shit that I can cook at home that I really, really just love to eat. I think everyone needs to figure out at least a couple meals they can cook at home. Doesn't mean you're going to get right the first time, but you get better every time. And it's so much cheaper than going out. So much cheaper than like some bullshit microwave meal. And it tastes better too. Especially fish and fried pickles. Yeah, I haven't done any homemade catfish yet. But I do like when I do like fish and chips, I tend to do pollock. That's my favorite. Cause it's like nice and thin and buttery, and like the crust or whatever to meat ratio is really good. I don't like it being like too meaty, like too thick of a cut of fish or something. Well, I mean, it's batter before it's fried. It's not batter after it's fried, though, right? The fish itself is battered, but after it's cooked, it's no longer batter, right? Like, technically, pancakes is a pancake batter, but once it's cooked, you're not calling it batter anymore. It's better than batter. Yeah, exactly. No, no, no. I'm definitely a waffle eater. I don't actually like pancakes. I barely like waffles. I'm not a huge fan of either. Oh, damn, I can smell the deep fryer. It's already heated up. You like the crispiness of waffles? Sure. Fruit jam versus syrup? Yeah, no. Like, pancakes versus waffles, they all feel a bit empty. I'd rather just do bacon and eggs. Bacon and eggs and a waffle instead of toast? Sure. I could do that one. Hmm. I think you're massively misunderstanding there, Maldita. What do I think about AI? I don't know, man. Do you have a better question to ask us, or are you just trolling at this point? Like, what are we going to say about AI that hasn't been said on the internet 1,000 times already? could just look it up. I will point out, I am less accepting of questions about that stuff from someone brand new to chat. Like, it seems really low effort to have that be your first message in a chat. In general, they don't make for persistent viewers, the people that ask that kind of question for the first question in chat. They're just looking to have someone else confirm their opinion about some bullshit. No, it's not even that. Like, left side of history. Like, even Maldita. The person asking that question, what is their motivation for a question like that? And at some point, you got to recognize either they're just looking to confirm a bias they have, or they're looking to drum up an argument. And either way, we'll never see them again because they got what they wanted. It's a shit conversation. Yeah, like, it's just a bad conversation. And they will never be a recurring viewer. So it's just not worth it. Who cares? We're not here to fill someone's void of being their own personal Google. We're not here to have an opinion for them. It's not a good conversation. Like, it's a shitty question. If they were the first person to ask about it today, I might have entertained it more. But they weren't, because it's that fucking generic. So much so that I doubt they actually care. It's their only way of interacting with chat, because they don't have anything better to say. Ooh, so this is actually an issue. Yeah, maybe more workflow focused, but that's not what that person did. But hold on, it's 13 minutes ago. Thank you for the follow, Thravoni. Okay. I think you should probably get involved with it. Here's the biggest thing, LVN. You'll never know everything. Jump into shit before you feel like you're ready, because you'll never feel ready. You can learn JavaScript at the same time you're learning React. It's totally fine. I'm not sure that's necessary. All right, we are at 7 p.m. I'm sure Robotic Head wants to play some games. Yeah, exactly. I get it. I get it. All right, so we need to do that. What game do we like to play these days? I mean, me and Robotic Head solo are probably going to play Divinity Original Sin, the first one. We are in the second act. But yeah, we got a bunch of bugs now after having updated some shit. So that sucks. But you know what? We should go raid someone so I can get some gyoza cooking so I can eat some actual proper food instead of just 1,000 calories worth of potato chips. Who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Oh, Kevin Naughton's going again. He's playing some Fortnite. We could go raid Kevin Naughton. You know, bring it full circle. We see Blaze Bits Blazebits, Z.A. Shaw, Kevin Naughton playing some Fortnite, Fork Knife. We see Aiden working on Fossabot. We haven't had a chance to raid him for a while. That could be fun. All right, let's go look at the category. Anyone new? Anyone we don't recognize yet? Someone's building an e-commerce startup. Golang, React, and TypeScript. Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, let's go check that out. I'm going to go raid someone brand new. Their description says they're a Rust developer sharing the learning journey. They're not even doing Rust. Their description's not even accurate. That's fine. I'm sure it'll be some good stuff. And yeah, no worries there, Bob. Yeah, no, we had a good day. I'm partying. Did I get enough done? We got a bunch of bugs fixed. But we didn't get the pricing page fixed, and that's a problem for Monday. So let's go raid. Oh, if I could type. God, this keyboard. Can't believe this keyboard's just dying. That's annoying. But yeah, we're going to go raid SotDev. I have not followed them yet, but I will. I think we're about to go blow their mind. They only got 3 people over there right now. So let's go say hi. Let's spread the love, right? Let's build up the category. It's not just about raiding other big people. It's about raiding anyone and everyone to build up the category. And I'd love to see what they're doing with their e-commerce startup. So, yeah, let's go figure that out. YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out on YouTube. Y'all are the best. You guys got me to partner. I really appreciate that. I need to actually make proper YouTube videos more. Maybe eventually. So, later, YouTube. See y'all on Monday.